great way to build relationships. So think of LinkedIn as an overarching thing. Don't think of LinkedIn as somewhere to put your resume. Think of it as a communication, network, relationship building platform and a publishing platform. So, and I'm going to finish on that note. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope people learned something or inspired to do something or inspired to stop doing something. And have a fantastic day, because there's some great speakers coming up and I know you'll learn a lot and be inspired. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll just take that out. Over to you.
So who here has heard of the ice bucket challenge? Have you? Yeah, suddenly waterfalls and it's okay. Who here has heard of Tinder? All right, fantastic. Just a quick check, who here runs their own business or startup? And if you could keep your hands up, because you know you're cool entrepreneurs, and who else is involved in a business or something like that? Fantastic. So when we have things like the ice bucket challenge or Tinder, things that go really viral, the whole world knows about it, and it's pretty cool. So the question is, on one hand here, you have your business, your fantastic product, service, or offering, right? And on the other hand here, you have the market of the world, internet and globalization and things like that. But how do we fill that gap so that you can get your fantastic service or product to as many people as possible? And that, in the essence, is really what today is about. So who here would like to get their products and services to more people in the world? Fantastic. Can I get a yes if you want? Yes? Fantastic. So I guess you're in the right place. And so today on Social Media Day, we've got a cool host of stuff to help you with that. Just a recap, if it didn't come out earlier, my name is Nav, and I have the pleasure to serve you today as the MC. So on one hand, we have some really, really cool speakers. And some of these people have spoken internationally, and their business run all around the world. We have 7-figure businesses, people who deal with augmented reality, so the combination of the digital world and the physical world. Sounds like the Matrix, right? And they've all shared their time today for free to come and help you out and give you some tips. And they're all really humble and really here to help. On the other side, if you look over there, behind the staircase, dong, dong, dong. So behind this staircase, we have sort of a showcase of some companies who have sponsored this event today, and you might find interest in them. I can see your excitement there, sir, the facial expressions, like, ugh. But they could help you, be it for LinkedIn, give you a professional headshot. There's somebody who has the manual to kids, you know, how to raise kids, which is pretty cool, I guess. And there are a lot of other things like consultancies and business strategy. Speaking of business strategy and speaking of prizes, who here likes prizes and winning free stuff? You guys don't like free stuff? Okay, never mind, more for us. So every hour or so, we're gonna have a social media challenge. And the prizes on the line are pretty cool. We have things like 1-hour consultancies for free from people who run like 7-figure businesses and have truly utilized social media to do so. And we'll keep talking about that as we go on. And then at the end at 6:30, I hope you guys stick around. We've got some really great speakers. We have a really big challenge where a lot of prizes will be shot like that. So like Des was talking about a professional photo shoot just now, you can get that for free today only. Just by doing a small thing on social media. Just before we start with our first fantastic speaker, just a quick shout out to the sponsors. You might notice you're in a pretty cool building with some funky chairs and such. It gets even more interesting upstairs. This building workspace is called Whatso, which is like a co-working space, and we'll learn more about that in a second. Basically, just think Google. You know, in the movies, how they have like ping pong tables and a lot of loud paintings on the Well, really cool. So they've been kind enough to sponsor this event today and allow for this great space for us all to come in and learn. So without further ado, I'd like to just quickly introduce Jennifer, a representative of the sponsor. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just want to say thank you all for coming, and I think this is a fantastic day. I think as representative for Watts, I think it's great to support things like this. I want to just say a massive shout out to Sonia and Des and all the gang as well for putting this on. If any of you, I noticed before a lot of you sort of put your hands up and said you're a startup or you're running your own business, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard of co-working before, but some of you might. Nav just gave us a great description. It is along the lines of Google, and I do love working for them. But the best way that I can sort of describe it is someone once said to me that creates accelerated serendipity in business. So it's pretty much your offline version of social media. The same reasons to connect, to get feedback, to engage with people. That's why you would co-work, because you're never going to get that from working at home as much as you might love to work in your pajamas. Although you can work in your pajamas up there as well if you want. So I'm going around all day. If you have any questions or anything, or you want to go and see the space upstairs, please do come and find me, and hope you all have a great day. Thanks.
Friends, to start off with, for our first speaker, we're lucky enough here today to have Mr. Dan Norris. Now, Dan Norris is actually a worldwide startup legend. Who here has heard of a business plan? You might have heard of, these big, fat, 40-page documents that you smack on a desk and impress people like, whoa, when you're in your suit and stuff. And it's full of, you've seen the movie, it's full of a HR plan and a finance plan and a marketing plan that people have put so much time, energy, and effort into for months and months or even years to the small little details of what they're going to do once they start their business. Now, after trying a similar approach for 3 separate businesses, Dan Norris decided to break the rules. In 7 short days, he hustled and hustled and hustled and launched what is today a globally successful company, Curve. In fact, in just 18 short months, this company that was started in 7 days has become a 7-figure business. Pretty impressive, huh? So there's the question, what did he do to get this fantastic service, which is WordPress support and maintenance, out to so many people from different countries in the world? What did he do to go from here, just him in his room, fantastic technical service, to millions and thousands of people on this site? What was in the middle? Now, you might be getting some really paid and massive marketing campaigns, like a TV ad, or maybe on a bus, or something like that. But in fact, the secret that helped him bridge that gap, and his main strategy, which we'll learn about today, is called content marketing. And if I understand correctly, content marketing didn't even cost Dan a single cent. I'll just say that again. Marketing without a single cent, or very low, to a 7-figure business in 18 months. Now, I'll let Dan cover most of this because he is the expert. But just as a side note, this book was one about how to start your own business in 7 days. I've read it. It's absolutely fantastic. There's no fluff in it. It's very straightforward. And it guides you on how to start a project, nonprofit, or business in only 7 days. I believe it's number 2 on the startup list on Amazon, and I think it's like $5 or something. But just again, I hope you're all excited to learn how one man with almost no marketing capital went from a one-man business to a 7-figure business in 18 months. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give it up for Dan Norris?
Thanks. You made me sound so smart, but I'm pretty sure I don't even know how to use Windows, so I might have to get someone else to do this for me. There we go. Good. How you going? So today I'm going to be talking about a passion area of mine, content marketing. I'm going to be telling my story a little bit as well. The ending's kind of been ruined now, so it's going to be especially hard for me. So content marketing is a real passion area of mine, and I want to make you guys think about content marketing as, in a way,
creating content that people care about. So I want you to throw out everything you've heard about content marketing until now, except for all the awesome stuff that Des said, of course, everything else, and think about how to create content that people care about. So let's start with the story. This is I might have to go behind the priest lectern here, just so you can see it. So this is my wage, pretty much for as long as I've earned a wage. 2002 to 2006 was working in a job, and it was all going quite well, earning more money every year. And in 2006, I got a promotion and made the very sensible decision to quit a couple of weeks later and start a business. And obviously, I told my colleagues I'd be a millionaire before I was 30. And that's what happened with my wage. And I worked in a web agency just creating websites for people for about 6 or 7 years. And as you can see, didn't have a whole lot of success. Just every sort of hurdle I hit, something else would happen and things would go badly. And I kind of thought things were going to go well, and then they go badly. Eventually in 2012, I had another great idea. I would once again scrap everything and start again from scratch. So this is me in 2012. I went over to the Philippines, hung out in an island for a couple of weeks, and started to think about how I could create myself an amazing startup that was going to make me millions of dollars. It was too late by that point because I was already 30, so I looked like an idiot anyway. So that was me 2012. That was me a year later in 2013, after I lost all of my money and I was 2 weeks away from getting a job. So that year was pretty tough. All the money I earned and the runway I got from my past business, I put into my startup. I got to within 2 weeks of having to get a job, spent all the money, and just had to think about what the hell I was going to do. And it was actually on this day 2 years ago that I started a WordPress support business called WP Curve. And it was kind of funny because the last 12 months I'd built up $476 in monthly revenue through my software. And that was just that number was in my head because I was like, okay, I'm losing $1,500 a month. This is just not going to work. So I was applying for jobs in Brisbane, which was obviously the worst part because who would want to live in Brisbane? No, just kidding. I know a lot of people have come down from Brisbane today. Great place. I spent 25 years, too many of my life there. So I started this business called WP Curve. Oh, actually, well, that's what happened to my wage. That was on that day. So once again, epic results. It actually went well below zero, but to do it in Google Charts, like Google Charts isn't smart enough to understand what happens when you earn negative dollars. So that's why it just went to zero. So WP Curve today, we've got a team of 45 people in 7 countries. Sorry to be behind here, but it's kind of hard for me to do it any other way. We've worked with thousands of customers. We've passed $1 million annual run rate. We have about 60,000 monthly visits to our site and our content. So we've talked about content already this morning. Des has mentioned putting out blog posts and things. I've been doing that for 5 or 6 years. About 5 of those years horrendously unsuccessfully. And for the last year or so, things are starting to go pretty well. My co-founder's been on Fox TV in the US talking about our business. We've been on a lot of sites like Lifehacker, Inc., Forbes, and a whole bunch of different startup websites. And obviously I get the privilege of presenting at events like this and sharing my story, which is very cool and beats working. We've been copied 6,526 times. That's just a rough guess. And haven't done any advertising, as it's been mentioned. So to me, 4 years of doing content marketing, trying to do social media very badly, writing a lot of blog posts, again, some dumb ones like you mentioned, hundreds of dumb ones. I started to get a feel for how to do content marketing well. And my wage made a good recovery. And I'm not showing you this chart to make me look good or make me look bad or however it makes you think about me, but there is a reason I'm showing you and telling you this story, and I'll explain what that is at the end. So, what is content marketing? We've talked already this morning about creating things for social media or creating blog posts. My definition of content marketing is one that's easy to understand. It's about putting free stuff out there that grabs attention and builds trust. So for a long time, for me, it was just writing blog posts. There's lots of other examples of content marketing which I'll go through. But before I go through those, the 2 things I want you to think about are attention and trust. So content marketing kind of naturally builds trust over time because you put yourself out there, you help a lot of people, you be generous, and people trust you more. But it's the getting the attention that's the really hard part. Like I was writing blog posts for a while that were quite good, but no one would see them. So most of my talk today focuses on getting attention and making sure that when you put 5 or 6 hours into a piece of content, that a lot of people are going to see that piece of content. So this is content marketing on steroids. Red Bull have got a team of a couple of hundred people who run a separate organisation that is solely dedicated to creating free content to draw your attention to Red Bull. They've done all this kind of crazy epic stuff where people jump out of space, multi-million-dollar films that are put out completely for free just to get your attention to Red Bull. That's the content marketing on steroids. This is another example. Did anyone see this on the internet last year? No hip-hop fans here? So this is like a little infographic some guy did. He analysed all of these rappers and looked at how many unique words they used in all of their music and then plotted it on a chart. And then put this amazing chart where we can mouse over people. Poor little 50 Cent here down the end, right down the bottom. Obviously not very good. But yeah, this epic piece of content that's totally different to anything you've seen before, and it just went viral around the whole world. So that's like an example of some sort of viral content. I've never done anything like that, but if you're smart enough to have like the data skills and the visual skills and the interactive skills to do something like that, that kind of stuff can be really powerful. This is my craft beer company. We write a lot of blog posts on our site about everything from what recipes we're using to come up with the beer, how we're doing decals for the bars. We're starting a podcast where I wear a little wire into meetings with investors with me, and I embarrass myself asking for funding, and we've recorded all and put it out as a podcast. And all of this results in people hearing about us, bloggers writing about us, the papers writing about us, people linking to us and inviting us to come talk at places, and just getting a lot of attention for this brewery we're building on the Gold Coast. So that, to me, content marketing is writing blog posts predominantly, and that's an example of how I do it in one of my businesses. Social media, of course, being at Social Media Day, sharing amazing, pretty photos on Instagram, recipes, things that people are going to use, things that people are going to like. Another example of content marketing, any type of content you're putting out on social media is effectively an example of content marketing. Podcasts I've mentioned, it's a really powerful way to get your content out there. Who listens to podcasts? Okay, that's good. Cool. This is one of my favorite ones called Startup. This is like almost podcasting on steroids, a full professional team of people who spend 3 or 4 weeks on one episode and get it all professionally recorded, full like radio professionals who've had 20, 30 years in radio are going into recording one episode of Startup, which documents a startup's journey. So that's like the on steroids version, and then you've got the really low budget version, which is me wearing a mic or making a Skype call and recording it and uploading it to iTunes. And you can do that for free. It's very easy to do. I've got a post on my site that to do, and it doesn't cost you a cent. So that's what is content marketing, but the question then becomes how to do content marketing well. And that's a more difficult question to answer, because even the people who are passionate about content marketing tend not to do it very effectively. So the Content Marketing Institute did a survey last year about how effective people think their content is, and these are like Content Marketing Institute members, so you'd think they'd be pretty bullish to do content marketing well, but only 38% of them said that their content was effective, which is kind of scary. Some of them millions of dollars on content marketing. They're not just one-man bands doing it. So the question, how do you do content marketing well, is a much more difficult question to answer, but luckily I've got a very, very simple, quick answer for that as well. You create content that people care about, and that's what my talk today is about. So how do you do that? I've got 10 different things that I've done over the years or that I've observed, and I've just written a book about this, by the way, so all this stuff is coming from my book, Content Machine, and this is as a result of the content that I've done and the content that I've observed from other startups and other people who are investing in content marketing. So the first one is go outside your niche, or niche as the Americans call it. This is a really common mistake I see people make. They think they're running a business in X, so they have to create content about X. And a story I can tell you about this, I got an email from a guy the other day who sent me this amazing infographic about backups. That's not it. I just stole that from Google. But he sent it to me. It was a really nice one, really nicely formatted, like not a cheesy infographic, like one that was really professionally designed, really well done, and just said, would you share this with your audience? And do you know what I said? No, because no one cares about backups. It's extremely boring, and my audience doesn't want to see an infographic about backups. So when I'm creating content, I don't think about how my business is served by the content. I think about my audience and my community and what they care about. So in our business, it's WordPress support. We provide services to entrepreneurs around the world, online entrepreneurs. They care about building teams, building remote teams. They care about what software we use, that they care about what they care about stories for other entrepreneurs, but they don't really care about how to fix WordPress problems because they pay us to do that. So if we had a blog that just talked about how to fix WordPress problems, we probably wouldn't be doing very effective content marketing because we wouldn't be creating content that our people care about. Afraid to go outside your area and avoid the kind of traditional thing where you just automatically think, I've got a business in X, therefore my content needs to be about that. What you do well, Des touched on as well. This is really important. What you do well, and probably more importantly, what you don't do well to avoid. And a lot of people, again, say, you need to get better at doing what, work on your strengths and get better at what you're not good at. I think it's rubbish, and I've tried it, and I think you're much better focusing on your strengths and choosing one thing that is resonating with your audience that feels right for you. And if you're really, really bad at video, which I am, which I tried for a while, then stop doing video like I did because it was a disaster, and do something that you are good at. So these are some of the things I've tried. Illustrations, infographics, I've done full-day AMAs, I've presented at conferences, I've done live streaming, funny infographics that weren't that funny, it's just me trying. Proper, smart infographics, I mean, you name it, slide shares, podcasts, other people's podcasts, every type of content you can imagine, interactive infographics like the one before, any type of content you can imagine, there's probably a very good chance that I've tried it, and that at some point I've decided that it's not the best type of content for me. So if you're going to put any content out there, and the same thing with social media channels, sometimes one channel will just work a lot more better because it just feels more authentically you. And I think you need to tap into that. You need to pay attention to when things are getting traction. It's probably because whatever you're doing, you're really good at. And rather than do what a lot of people do, which is see something that other people are getting traction on. So they'll watch like a Murray Forleo video and see, oh, Murray's doing really great videos, but that's because she's really good at videos and it's because she's funny and she's well presented and she's got a massive team to make it look amazing. So maybe that's not for you. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But my point is there's probably something for you that may not necessarily be what's working for someone else. So try a lot of stuff and tap into what works. Do what your audience loves is sort of, you need to really start to understand your audience. And I kind of cringe a little bit when I hear advice that tells people to like write every day and just put out a lot of content and put out content based on keywords and just that kind of mechanical approach to putting out content. What I try to do instead is to really deeply understand what my audience and my community wants. So ways you can do that is to avoid vanity metrics. So by vanity metrics, what I mean is metrics that make you feel good. So if you write a blog post that gets 1,000 views, that will make you feel good, but if you shared it, then it means they didn't care about it. So don't look at that. To me, if I get 100 likes on a piece of content, it means that's 100 people who didn't share my content. So the content wasn't good enough to share. So don't get excited about views or likes. Get excited about when people take action, what they talk about when you go to events, what they ask you about, what they tell you about, what story are you telling that really resonates with them? Like when people come up and say, I felt like you were talking about me, that kind of stuff is like getting closer to what people really care about. What do people share? That's the metric that we use. So when we put out a piece of content, I look at how many tweets we get because it seems to be the most stable metric of how many people are actually sharing it and what they're saying about it, whether they care about it. So shares over likes. What do people say in the comments? Again, not the amount of comments, not the type of comments where people go to your blog and say, thanks for this post, here's a link to my website. That's all rubbish. But what about the comments that people say, this is the best post I've ever read, I've sent this to my admin person and she or he's going to implement this for our company. Or like, thanks for that software recommendation, I've gone out and purchased this and now we've improved. So people actually taking action, saying things that is actually another person that cares. You've had an impact on that person. Email replies is another good one as well because a lot of people just don't want to publicly comment on things. We have an email that goes out every week to about 20,000 people, and when we get replies on that email, those replies tend to be high value. Like they tend to be people saying, this was really useful, or this really annoyed me, I didn't like this, which is just as good too because it means you've got their attention, got them thinking. So number 4 is care about your community, and I use the word community instead of audience because I think it's sort of like a two-way thing. Our community is anyone who reads my book, our content, anyone who's on our email list, anyone who's following us on Facebook or Instagram, anyone who likes something or shares something. It's a whole group of people around the world who are online entrepreneurs who are interested in our story and are benefiting from our content. And I care very deeply about those people, and I put in a lot of effort and a lot of time to make sure that they know that I care and that I'm investing that time. One of those ways, Des talked about LinkedIn groups. I still can't figure out LinkedIn. I got like 30 messages yesterday and they were all spam. One of them was like, I know you're not a horseman. How do you know? I could be a horseman. But Facebook I do like, and I'm on there way too much. So Facebook groups is a way that I've found that I can really engage with my community. And the first time I really realized that your community is typically broken up of two different types of people. Like you might have some people that like your content, share your content, but then as you put more and more content out there, you'll have these hidden people in your community that actually want to advocate for you. And this became true for me when I put this book out. By the way, this was just going to be a PDF uploaded to my website that I gave people for free like the rest of my content. Then my community started reaching out to me and saying, oh, I'll market it for you, I'll format it for you, I'll put it on Amazon. All right, cool, I don't know anything about Amazon, so you can do that. And then the marketing guy's like, why don't you get a community of people together to help you promote it? And I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure no one's going to want to spend that time promoting my book. But I was wrong, and we had about 1,000 people in that group when the book launched, and hundreds of reviews on Amazon, and it shot up to number 2 on Amazon.com in the startups category. So that community is really, really powerful, and the more time you can invest in that community, the more you can understand them, the more you can do free things and talk to them, the better. Building relationships with influencers as well is a topic that I think a lot of people don't understand, or maybe they just don't understand the patience required to build some of these relationships. And when I started in 2012, really going after content marketing, I really just decided that I didn't like running my agency. I didn't like selling. I was a shitty salesman. Oh, kids, sorry. I was a very, very bad salesman. And so I decided I was going to start a business using content marketing. So I really doubled down on content. I wrote hundreds and hundreds of blog posts. I think I wrote more than 500,000 words in about a year and a half. But at the same time, what I did is I reached out to a bunch of influencers and I just aggressively targeted them over time. Gee, that sounds bad. It really wasn't like that. You'd have to ask them. But these are the 3 guys here who I was like, okay, these guys have got a similar message. I really love what they're doing. Dan Andrews was doing a podcast called Tropical MBA. James Schramko was doing a whole bunch of online marketing, internet marketing things. And Chris Ducker was a guy in the Philippines who was talking a lot about building remote teams. And all of this stuff was information I needed in my business. So I reached out to these guys and just helped them as much as I could over time. One time, Chris Ducker was going to be in Sydney, and he's like, oh, I'm going to be in Sydney. Are you going to be there to catch up? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll be in Sydney, no worries. And I wasn't. I just flew down just to have a beer with him. And he didn't even drink beer. Chris. He drinks scotch, I think. So that's the kind of effort I made with some of these guys. I became customers of all of their services. I wherever I could, and as a result, they've ended up becoming really good friends. And the last 3 conferences I spoke at were all of their conferences in different countries around the world. So they've all asked me to talk at their conference and become very good friends and have had a massive impact on my business because they're promoting our service, they're promoting our content, and after 3 years or something, I've become kind of friends with them. So this is like an ongoing thing. If you want to get good at social media, if you want to get good at content, you need to figure out who are the people that influence your audience, and you need to somehow figure out a way to be important to them. And it takes a long time to do that. So be more generous is another one that, I'm really passionate about, just figuring out a way to out-generous your competition. So the way I did this is a really simple strategy. I listened to an episode of Smart Passive Income. Yeah, so I listened to an episode of Smart Passive Income, and this is where I kind of realized this generosity thing was so powerful. There's a guy called Noah Kagan who was on this episode, and you should listen to it because it's a really good lesson in like how to be useful to an audience. And he basically just decided that this was going to be the best episode of Smart Passive Income of all time, and it was going to have the most amount of comments on Pat Flynn's blog. And so he was just asking him constantly, like, is this the best episode ever? What else can I do? He stayed on about 20 minutes extra. He volunteered to fly someone from his audience out to where he was as like a competition in the comments to get more comments on the site. And I was just like, man, this is amazing. This is amazing generosity. And so Smart Passive Income podcast, I set my goal to beat Noah Kagan and be more generous than him. And my episodes had 737 comments. Noah, if you're watching on the live stream, which I'm sure you're not. So what I did was I asked Pat Flynn if he had anyone in his massive audience of hundreds of thousands of people that wanted their websites reviewed, and I offered to review the sites in the comments thread on his blog. And I was traveling around the world at the time, so I'd get to an airport and there'd be another 50 comments, and I'd have to try and review those sites, and then I'd come back to another hotel and have to do another bunch of reviews. And I did it for weeks and weeks, and eventually 700 odd comments on the blog. So if you can, and this has been huge for me, it was huge for our business. We had a massive surge in growth. We had a lot of attention. Pat Flynn loves me. Noah Kagan hates me. Good all the way around. Being more transparent is another one that, again, I'm really passionate about, so I'm not afraid to put up my income reports as an example. In 2012, I was writing income reports when I wasn't making any income, so that really they're just reports. But as I started making income, we kept doing those income reports, whether the income was going up or it was flatlining, we kept doing the reports. And not only that, we do a lot more radical transparency on our site. For example, the way we hire developers is a massive process that I put together of thousands and thousands of words and tests and documents, a big procedure, flow charts and all kinds of stuff. And you would think that if I tell everyone about that they're not going to pay WP Curve $70 a month to support their WordPress website, they're going to go out and get their own developer. But I know that if I'm more generous, then eventually it's going to pay off. So I put that all out on my site for free, and the entire process is available for free on our site. So if you don't want to pay WP Curve to do WordPress support, you can find out how we hire developers, and you can go out and hire your own developer. There's a lot of companies that do this even more radically than we do. Buffer's an organization that takes a really strong approach to this, puts out all their revenue. They even put out all of their staff salaries and the spreadsheet that they use to calculate all of their staff salaries, which is not something I'm keen to do. But there's a lot of companies around the world that are getting on this idea of being really transparent, because it just naturally builds trust. Be more contrarian is one that's worked well for me as well. So I wouldn't say disagree with absolutely everybody, but for example, if I've got 5 ideas for a piece of content and 4 of them are the same, same thing, same message that everyone's already heard, then I'll choose the 5th one that's the opposite that everyone's already heard, because that's the thing that's going to get attention and it's going to make the most amount of impact. My book is an example of that. I have to block out that swear word. Hopefully the kids can't read. So I wrote a blog post called "Is Startup Validation BS?" ? And this was around the time that the book called The Lean Startup was all the rage, and everyone was going on about validating their ideas, and everyone's doing validation. You know, my startup's validated. And I decided that it was all rubbish because I tried it all with my company. So I wrote this blog post that had hundreds of comments and eventually became the 7-Day Startup book. And that book ended up very briefly overtaking The Lean Startup on Amazon when I launched it. And the only book that it didn't overtake was a book called 0 to 1, which is a book about being contrarian in business. So it gives you an idea that if you can have some sort of message that other people haven't heard before, or that even better is the opposite of what they've heard before, then you're definitely going to get their attention. Obviously, you need to do work to make sure that there is actually some sense to it. You can't just make it up. But if you can cultivate those sort of messages, then that really works. Being more actionable is a really easy one. If you've got any kind of business, all you need to do is think about how you can help people in your audience to take action on whatever your message is. No matter what you're teaching them, how can you take it further towards action and pay attention to what action people are taking? So an example of how we did this on our site, this week we put a post up about how we use guest writers on our blog. So every month we have about 4 or 5 pieces of content written for our blog by guest authors. And I have the same standards for those authors that I do for my own content and for my full-time content marketing manager who runs the whole blog for me, and which are that I'm very, very, very strict about what goes on there. And if it doesn't meet the standards, it doesn't go on there, no matter how much time they put into it, no matter how much money we pay them to do it. And so when we put out a piece of content on this, we tell them exactly what we do. We give them all of the resources. We do specific images saying this is exactly how to format an image. We give them things they can use. So if they want to do a guest process for their own blog, we give them the Google Doc that enables them to do that. And we take it a step further. We give them 6 different processes that we use internally for managing guest authors, and we give them all of that for free. So we'll give them the Trello board for generating content ideas. We give them the style guide for formatting the content on the blog. We'll give them a framework for generating all different sorts of ideas for their company, and we give them all of this for free. So this enables people to take action on the content, and it's also more generous than you'd find on a general blog. So that's what gets traction for us. And the final thing is to learn how to tell a better story. And this is something I've been telling my story for quite a while in our content and in my book and in presentations like this, and I'm learning how to do it a little bit better. And people care about stories, and there's been years and years and years of people's lives where they've heard stories that follow a certain path that they can immediately connect to. And this is an example. This is a Cinderella, like a line chart. I love line charts. I should have said that at the start because every second slide's a line chart. This isn't mine though. This is someone else's. This guy must love line charts as well. So this is the Cinderella story with good fortune on the top and ill fortune down the bottom, and it tracks the story over time. So starting off not that great, gradually going up and up again until clock strikes 12. It all goes drastically bad, and then it builds itself up to a massive hockey stick happy ending. And if you noticed my income chart at the start, you would have noticed the similarities between that story arc and my own story that I told you at the start of this session. So paying attention to how these stories work and how you tell those stories can have a huge impact on whether or not people pay attention and whether or not those stories have impact. So that's pretty much all I've got. I think we might be doing a Q&A if we can do that, but that's my social media at the Dan Norris on Instagram and Twitter. I normally put quotes, way too many photos of the beach, and occasional photos of beer. So if you want to see that, get on Instagram. And that's my book, Content Machine. That'll come out in August, and the people in my Facebook group will get that for free when it comes out. So if you're into content marketing, jump on the Facebook group and Q&A. Thank you. I don't think we have a mic, do we? We just have to yell out. Okay. That's good. I like you already. Yeah. The cat. That is controversial. Wow, okay, what's the account? All right, so everyone on the live stream followed King Leo the Leopard was that on Twitter? Wow. I listened to a podcast about that the other day on a podcast called Reply All about cats and dogs and social media accounts. It's worth listening to if you get a chance. Is that my fault? Okay, sorry, go on. So you want them being nice? No, I don't care if they're nice. You just want them to comment? I'd rather they just share it. Right. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be consistent with your brand and what you're doing as well. Is there a way I can do this better? I'll just like kneel down. Yeah, I mean, I think it needs to be consistent with your overall brand. In my case, I've done quite a bit of this, disagreeing with people with my content, and it's sort of what people look for in the content I put out. So I don't think you can necessarily it would almost be like me doing 100 blog posts about contrarian business ideas and then me putting a cat photo up of your cat and wondering why my audience doesn't like that because they're not used to that. It kind of makes sense. But I think like all the different ideas I have that have worked for me, you don't need to do all of them. I mean, maybe it just doesn't work for you. Maybe you just do something like the being generous one or something else. But I think it's more like I pay attention to what's working with people. So I think if you're putting stuff up that you're wondering why it's not working, but it's not, then it's probably because it's not working, and that's probably enough information that you need to not do it anymore. That's the way I would approach it, not knowing nothing about cats. So influencers, how do you identify them and get on their radar? I'm supposed to repeat the question. I forgot to repeat yours before, so bad me. Well, there's a couple of software tools you can use. I've never used software for it, but if you're into software, you can use a software called Relately or another piece of software called Follow-a-Wonk, Get Littlebird. There's a whole bunch of different pieces of software which will analyze a niche and pick out the influencers in that niche. I think that's, is it really that hard to figure out who's an influencer in your area? I don't think it's that hard. Naturally, social media, these people just float to the top anyway. So for me, it was more about like, if I want to get a name for myself in online marketing, there's thousands of people I could contact, but who are the guys that I know that I would potentially gel with and become friends with and have a consistent message with? I don't think it's that hard to find those people. I consume a lot of content, listen to a lot of podcasts, hang out in the forums and the Facebook groups that they're on, and make sure that they're the sort of person that you want to be that has the audience you want. I wouldn't aim too high. If I want to be best friends with Oprah and present on her at her event, it's not going to happen. So no offense to Chris Ducker and James Schramko, but they're no Oprah. So you need to aim somewhere reasonable, probably a few levels above the audience of where you are now, and then you just need to figure out a way to be useful to them. And I think, actually, the way I got on James Schramko's radar originally was I did a review for one of his products as a non-affiliate, and he's in this internet marketing world where people only review people's products unless they're getting paid to review them. And I don't do any affiliate links at all because I think it hurts the trust in the brand, my brand. So I reviewed his product because it was a great product, and I did it as a non-affiliate, and that got his attention. And that was, 3 or 4 years before I became friends with him, and I just did that kind of stuff, added value to him, helped him out, became a member of his forum, went in there, posted. I think I've posted maybe 1,000 posts or replies in his forum, same in the Dynamite Circle dance forum. When Chris asked me to present, go to the Philippines to present, I was yes straight away. When he asked me to meet him in Sydney, I was yes straight away. Anytime they need help, I'm reaching out to them, and it just happens over a course of a few years. But I think the content really helps too. Actually, the other thing I did was I started a podcast, and I invited all of these guys to be on the podcast. That's the easiest thing you can do. I've never said no to a podcast interview, and most of these guys will say yes if it's a reasonable pitch and your stuff looks professional. That's the easiest way to get an influencer in your space to be aware of you and to prove to them that you can actually help them. Yes? So how do you monetize just generally the content? Well, my strategy for monetizing content is to not monetize content. And by that I mean is to have the content as generous and free and open as you possibly can, but then to have a business behind that is essentially a good business. Like, I'm not constantly trying to flog ebooks or send people affiliate money because I don't have to. I've got a good business that's making good money, and all I have to do is just do more content to get attention for that business. It's the same with the beer. We don't have to sell ebooks to people because the whole purpose of the content is to get people aware of the brand, and as a result we've had investors come out to us. We've been invited down to conferences to talk to other companies. We've got bars and festivals reaching out to us to get our beer, and that's all sort of like indirect monetization. Like, at the end of the day, we're going to build a good company that makes beer as a result of this content, but we're not going to directly monetize the content. So that's probably not an answer you'll get from anyone else. There's probably 1,000 different ways you can directly monetize content, but I think a lot of those compromise the trust and the quality, and so my approach is to not monetize it directly. I think that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Did you guys get some value from that? The hard content marketing? Yes, it's quite amazing, isn't it? So that was obviously a session of maybe 1 to about 100 or so between Dan Norris. But as part of our social media challenge, we actually have a 1-hour one-on-one marketing consultation with Dan Norris. Who'd be interested in that? It's free. It's free. It's free. Fantastic. So if you'd all get out your smartphones, it's actually a competition. You actually have to do something. Dun, dun, dun. So if you go on Twitter, or you can get Twitter right now, and you tweet @ Dan Norris, so @ the Dan Norris. Okay, so it's on the screen. If you just aha. And if you just put hashtag, the gods have spoken. Hashtag SMDayGC. So that's hashtag SMDay, social media day, GC. I sure can. So hashtag SM, so S for Slovakia, M for Macedonia, D for dinosaur, AYGC. So first you put this, then you put hashtag SMDayGC, and you just tweet that from your Twitter. And one of you lucky people will get a one-on-one, 1-hour marketing consultation with Dan Norris, which is pretty cool. Just quickly, some quick housekeeping things I forgot to mention earlier. The toilets are over here. There's some really dedicated people here who have been standing for a long time. To cater to this, if you go up the stairwell or up the staircase, there are actually seats around the balcony area where you can sit and be comfy. Also on the way to those seats, you see there's like a little bit of a snack table there. We're actually having like a 2-3 minute break for you to refresh, grab some coffee and things like that. Just a quick shout out, at 6:30 we have a really special performance. Should blow your minds. We're gonna have another speaker soon. Just a quick recap, if you wanna do this at the Dan Norris, you can start moving now, that's fine. SMDayGC. Just again, can we have a really big round of applause for Dan Norris, please? Fantastic. His new book is coming out on August the 10th. You can pick up the 7-Day Startup. So just a quick 2-3 minutes of a coffee break, toilet, want to grab a seat, and we'll be back. Thank you very much. friends, if we could just start to make our way back, there'll be more time for chatting and fun food. If everybody could please come back to their seats now, we have our next speaker waiting. It'd be totally awesome. Hi guys, if you could just come back, it'd be really great, please. Next speaker starting in 20 seconds. Want me to go move them from there? Sure, I'll just... Thank you very much, friends. I hope you enjoyed that short break for networking and nibbles. We're about to announce our next speaker, or more so, it's somebody who has really helped and to put together this afternoon today. Her name is Sonia, and to describe Sonia's career would be like describing a colorful canvas. Her international career has spanned from Germany, here, and many other places, full of success and of skills in a range of fields such as journalism, event management, marketing manager, and now she really is a social media expert. But something really admirable about Sonia is that she doesn't just keep it to herself. In fact, she's come out now and is educating the world on how to fulfill what they want to fulfill through social media, through education, with things like media bootcamp and such. And on another note, something I really like about Sonia is she currently organizes and runs this group called Follow Your Passion, which is an international group of people who come together, like-minded people who are go-getters and such, who really want to follow their passion and achieve what they want to achieve. So this lady and her team have really been pivotal in putting together today for free for all of us so we can learn and share and have fun. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Sonia.
Hi. I think Nev is a bit biased because we recently participated in the startup weekend and we actually won. So I think I have some advantages there. Anyways, hey, welcome and thanks for attending the Social Media Day, the second Social Media Day on the Gold Coast. When I came to Australia 5 years ago, I had the impression that Australia was 5 years behind in regards to social media. Today I'm really proud to say, when it comes to Social Media Day, an event that's run by Mashable in more than 140 cities all around the world, we are the first We are in Australia the first, and we are live broadcasting from 4 different angles into the world, and we currently have people watching our broadcast, tweeting and asking us questions, so the world is watching us, and I'm really, really proud that we've come so far. We have 250 registered attendees, which is for this style of conference. Yeah. It is very amazing because we have 0 budget. We completely bootstrap this event. The advantage here is a digital marketing agency, Media Junkies. And I want to give a big shout out to my team, Kim, who you've met on the registration table, Joe, who's broadcasting together with Michael Tucker up there. I want to thank Sharon and Steve, who are helping us with the social media challenges. And a big shout out also to What's a Workspace, who are giving us this whole venue to do what we're passionate about, and this is educating people about social media and the future of digital. So if you have any social media question or digital marketing question, please feel free to come and approach me and my team. After 6:30, we will have more networking gathering here. We will have a special guest who gives an amazing performance. We have really good prizes for the social scavenger hunt, and that's the time where we can talk about your businesses and your challenges in social media. I've put on speakers today who I'm personally really looking up to, because I am obviously in a stage with social media that people would describe as advanced, or people describe me as an expert, so I don't really get passionate about how to set up a Facebook channel anymore. I'm really passionate about and excited about the future of digital and where this is all going. You might have seen on the program, or the program has actually changed quite a bit. We had our speakers falling like flies, the flu's around, and I was supposed to jump in for Jay Tinkler, who was supposed to speak on neuromarketing and holistic retailing. We're running a bit behind schedule, but one thought I really would like to give away, and I want you to think about, is, did you know that Facebook is actually a financial institution and it's becoming a bank as well? Let's think about that for a second. We've been using Facebook for 10 years now. We've accumulated hundreds of friends, maybe even thousands. We've liked hundreds of businesses. We've indicated interest, consumer behavior interest. They have a record of our digital behavior. We as marketers, we can step into these insights and intelligence and data, and we can target specific people in geolocation. We can drill down so far, we can target divorced men on the Gold Coast who go to church on Sundays and like bacon. And I'm serious. I made my research. There are exactly 22,000 of these men on the Gold Coast. What sounds funny is maybe also a bit scary. Think about George Orwell's 1984, When it was written, everyone was outraged, and this will never happen, and we will not, give in and be controlled by institutions. We were right to some degree. We are not controlled. That's what they let us believe. We are actually giving up a lot of control. We are all on Facebook. Is there anyone who's not on Facebook? If you know anyone who's not on Facebook, tell them they can now download the Facebook Messenger app without even having a Facebook account. This is massively important for developing countries. And they go even further. We know from the latest Facebook Coder conference that Facebook Messenger is trialing payment integration at the moment. That means when you go out with your friends for dinner, and they don't like splitting bills on the tables, someone pays the bill, and you can split via Facebook Messenger the bill. You can transfer money via the Facebook Messenger with a click of a button without any transaction fees. Again, this is massively important for someone like me who has, quarterly installments to pay back my HECs in Germany, and it costs me a fortune. I have 3 banks in between, and I lose a lot of money. So with a click of a button, I can transfer money to a foreign country. A lot of countries, developing countries, are not even, it's really hard to make transactions to these developing countries. So they don't need to go through a bank anymore. They can do it through Facebook. If you run a business and you're a retailer, this is massive. We can now accept through Facebook Messenger payment for our goods and services. As excited I am about this, on the other hand, I'm really, really concerned where this is going. There's like this global monster called Facebook. Their servers are outside of the country. We don't know what they're doing with the data and intelligence they're collecting, but I know that Facebook is making $3.3 billion in advertising revenue alone per quarter. And there are lots of other revenue streams. Facebook Messenger is really interesting in, when it comes to the future of technology or the future of Facebook and how we use social media channels. Because it's not only payment integration they've announced another 40 inbuilt app functions they're rolling out over time. We don't know, as always, where they're rolling out, what they're doing exactly. You know, I'm not sitting in their boardroom. But I'm definitely on the ball, and I'm blogging about it every week. I'm writing for Business First magazine. That's the magazine you're reading when you're flying with Virgin Airlines. So I'm really, really onto that. I'm really, really passionate about it. Come and talk to me about everything social media. I know there are a lot of other people in the room who run social media companies, and I invited them purposely to come along because I don't believe in competition. I believe there's a big blue ocean out there, and we all have our skills. We all are colorful. We're big and small, and we can all learn from each other. So please don't see myself as the only go-to person in the room. There's another red hat at the back of the room from Dotty Media in Byron Bay. Really cool content marketing and social media they're pushing out. So there are lots of people in the room who have knowledge about it and try to mingle around and learn from each other. And being on, what's the future, what does the future hold for us? I'm really, really excited to hear Ian Bennett speak. He will speak on the Internet of Things. Please, a big round of applause for Ian.
Just while we're waiting for that, thank you very much, Sonia. Sonia asked me a few weeks ago if I could just discuss a bit about the Internet of Things to a small gathering of people one afternoon. I said I would. I'm an engineer, so I'm not a social media or advertising person. But if I could just be off topic for a moment, just talk about something Sonia brought up about being a little bit worried about what's happening. I'm not suggesting that you should be, but at least with Facebook, you know. Is that better? So at least with Facebook, you know where you're putting your information. You're giving it to them. But I wonder if you realise that when you go to a parking station at Myers or some place like that, and they take a photograph of your number plate, and then a bit later you pay for that with your credit card. And a bit later you use your rewards cards up in Myers or some place such as that. And a bit later you go for a drive through a tunnel and you get you're tolled through the toll scanner thing. And of course you've got to give them your name and address and or details to have one of those things in the first place. There's a lot of information that's being gathered right now about you that you don't even know about. So don't worry so much about Facebook. There's lots of other, and not only that, they can track you through. And I know because I'm an intelligent transport engineer, so I do this sort of stuff. So you actually get tracked around the roads. Brisbane City Council has over 700 stations at various spaces throughout the city that can track your Bluetooth. Soon they'll be tracking your toll scanner, and they'll know where you drive and what you do, and they'll know your number. Not necessarily, I don't know who they are, but I can guarantee that all this information, if not now, but at some stage, will be all put into one big database, and it'll be sold back to you, social media people, so that you can advertise to these people. So there you go. Anyway, I will now talk about the Internet of Things. I'm just going to give an overview of the Internet of Things. I'm not going to go into great depths. If there's specific questions that people have at the end, we can discuss that. But I just want to introduce you to the topic, and we'll probably drill down a little bit. So what I'm going to talk about today is obviously about the Internet of Things, what it is, when will it happen, has it happened, and how to make a business out of it, or what sort of businesses will be springing out of it. I must point out again that I'm an engineer and not a futurist, and I've been developing software since 1978. And one of the things I've learnt over those years is I can never predict what's going to happen. I always think I can, but I can't not. Okay, so I'm what's called a systems engineer. So I put software into devices to make them do things. I program websites and that as well, but primarily I'm a systems engineer, and I specialise in intelligent transport systems, things such as the bus priority system in Brisbane that's supposed to, and it does, change the traffic lights to allow buses straight through, traffic control with the traffic lights, so intelligent traffic control, which is in Brisbane, but alas, it's not on the Gold Coast, as you probably know. The last 4 years I've been very tied up with a project in Brisbane called Legacy Way, which is a tunnel that opened very recently. I was the lead ITS engineer, which is responsible for designing, developing and implementing various systems, intelligent systems within the tunnel. And that tunnel is a great example of the intranet of things. In other words, we put a lot of things together through an intranet, not through the internet, but a lot of things together which do precisely what the Internet of Things will eventually do. So, just turn the page. So some examples. We have got environmental measuring stations throughout the tunnel. We measure the carbon dioxide levels, the lighting levels, the visibility, whether there's smoke or not. And we've got these massive big jet engines, 12 of them. When they start up, if they start up and they put them full blast in one direction, you can almost not stand up. That is how powerful it is. So anyway, the monitors sit there and they monitor, and also we're looking at the speed of the traffic going through the tunnel, all done by measuring, all done by devices, and all autonomous. And when the environment or the carbon dioxide is too high, or the cars are starting to slow down, so it's predicted that the carbon dioxide will go up, the fans are turned on. But the fans aren't just turned on to blow everything out one way. There's strategically placed chimneys throughout the tunnel, and where the carbon dioxide is sitting, and that's kind of looked, the jet fans are set up in such a way so they blow in different directions, but blow the carbon dioxide up the chimney. And that's all done through devices without human intervention. Another example is if a car's driving through and a bumper bar falls off or a parcel falls off, the lane control signs throughout the tunnel, and there's a set every 190 metres, changes, it closes the lanes down coming in, and it puts out it changes messages to say that there's an incident ahead. The PA system broadcasts that there's a problem, and it also cuts into your radio. If you've got your radio turned on, it cuts into your radio and tells you what the problem is. So these are all things that are connected to other things that do things. And you'll hear a lot about things today. And they predict that there'll be something like 70 billion, and that's an awful lot, things connected to the internet within 5 years. And I do believe that. Now, before you start saying, you've obviously heard of things like home automation and turn the air conditioning on, you say, well, that's a bit of, why would you want to do that? Can I just remind you of a few things that's happened in the past? I remember remote control TV when it first came out. And I remember thinking, why would anyone use remote control TV? I mean, it's just stupid. You can't even go and turn your TV. You know, how crazy is that? And now I don't think you can buy a TV that you manually turn. I tried to, my remote control lost its batteries, or the batteries went flat. And I struggled to find how to change a channel. In fact, I struggled to work out how to turn it on, and I'm a systems engineer. So there you go. The other thing is that technology, just because the technology is there, doesn't necessarily mean that the business is going to automatically follow quickly. Probably the best example is the web browser. The web browser came out in 1993. It was invented, someone came up with 1991, but Mosaic really came out, and Netscape came out in 1993. And there was a lot of activity throughout the 90s. You know, there's going to be lots of businesses and that on the internet. And there's a lot of, I don't know if you guys can remember back then, but in the late 90s, there's a lot of activity on the share market to do with the internet. But Facebook didn't come until over 10 years after web browsers. And YouTube was about the same time, so 2004, 2006 is when the Facebook and YouTube comes out. So it's not necessary that because we've got technology that something's going to happen quickly, and it's also not necessary that because we think something's a waste of time, that it's not going to happen. Some of the things that are available now, and I'm going to go into more details as we go on, but just to whet your appetite a little bit as to what you can do. What you can actually do right now is you can, and obviously you can turn your lights on at home. I mean, that's just pretty straightforward. But you can actually, for $199, you can put a doorbell on your door at home. So it's where someone rings it, it alerts your mobile phone, and you have a video of that person at your front door, and you can talk to them. It's even better than that. You can actually have a system where they don't have to ring the doorbell; they just have to walk up the stairs, and it alerts you. For those kitchen people or those people who cook, Breville in August are coming out with a slow cooker that's connected to the internet. You say, why would you want to connect the slow cooker to the internet? Well, there's some recipes I understand that takes a few hours to cook, and you cook it slowly, and you might have set that before you came here, and you might find them terribly interesting. You're going to wait longer. So you can actually go onto the internet. You can go onto your mobile phone, and you can turn the volume, the heat of that down. Breville are making them. People are going to be buying them. Okay. I'll just go through a little bit about where we are, where we're going. So early web was basically, and this isn't exactly correct, but just broadly speaking, humans consuming content and humans providing content, whether they're in an organisation or whatever, but that's basically what was happening. Then things started to get connected to the internet, things such as surf cameras, radar, weather radar, and traffic cameras. So they were connected to the internet and they were providing content. Now what's happening is things are being connected to the internet that provide content, like the little bell at your front door, but also have actions, like the Bevel slow cooker. It has both contents and actions. It tells you what the current temperature is, and you can adjust it. And people are controlling those things. So that's where we're at now. But everyone's talking about the Internet of Things, and this isn't quite the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things has to go one little step further. The things have to get content from other things, and it has to produce actions from other things. So there needs to be a convergence of technologies. And the convergence needs to be security. We have to up the security. Artificial intelligence, there has to be smarter devices. Software agents. That's something I spent a fair bit of time with a few years ago. That's where software can do things for you at commands. Event-driven actions, which is probably self-explanatory. And collaboration between systems being able to communicate and talk to each other. And that's just not, that's not just the networking and that sort of thing. It's also APIs or means by what one organisation can or one group of things can talk to another group of things. So they all have to come together, and we're not there yet. Security issues aren't there. Artificial intelligence isn't quite there, although it's moving really quickly. Software agents, you probably know you've got a little bit of a software agent in your iPhone with the Siri, but it's going to be able to do a lot more things. So what are the early markets? What are the markets that are going to start utilising Internet of Things once it starts going on? Well, markets that target consumers is going to be one, and what I mean by that is, I don't know if you know, but you can have smart billboards now. There's billboards on the Pacific, on the just before the Captain Cook Bridge on the M1. That it can do things like it can detect a Mercedes-Benz coming, and it can put an ad up for that Mercedes-Benz. No, true, it's actually happening now. In fact, they were doing Porsches for a while. So they can see, but remember at the start we were talking about they know your number plates because of where you park. They also know, maybe they know where you're coming, and they can say, hey Bill, you should do this. Who knows? But smart billboards, so billboards that and it's not just billboards too, there's coffee shops and those sorts of things are putting sensors around so that as you walk past and you've got the right technology, they'll tell you the latest special or give you a free cup of coffee or things such as that. You probably all come across that. The other part of targeting consumers will be location messages. The next part of the industry, so that's targeting consumers, will be data capture. So what do I mean by data capture? Well, one of the newest ones that's going on is called crowd mapping. Crowd mapping is where you can see groups of people as a crowd moving around. So for example, in a shopping centre, where are the spots where people are mainly? So they use Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all sorts of things. So do people go past Myers on the way to David Jones? Do they stay at David, or are they around the food court longer? 2 minutes. Lights. Oh, 2 minutes to questions? Yeah. Oh, okay. Gee, that went quick. No, 2 minutes and then questions. Yeah, I know. I'm still going yet. Sound right. Okay, the other is vehicle tracking. We spoke about vehicle tracking before, and that's very important. I mean, it can be very important for shopping centres. For example, they can track origin and destination. So on a Saturday at 9 o'clock, how many of the vehicles that just arrived came from Palm Beach? So they can find all that information. Obviously, there's control of home equipment environment. So there's a big industry in home automation. There's many people kind of setting up shop, trying to sell you the business of turning your lights on and off. There's infrastructure management for oil companies and building owners. There's enterprises, and that's a subject in itself. So they're enterprises that react to, in real time, to consumer activity. So they actually make things as if you're interested in that, you should look that up. Energy management, to make sure that the energy is not wasted, so that the energy that's being used coincides with. It's a bit hard. Probably the best example would be the rain detectors around the place and the hosing systems, gardening systems that the gardening systems get from the weather stations around the suburbs, what the rain's been doing, and therefore it changes the watering system for that day. And smart traffic. Just very quickly, I'd like to just give you an example of where there is intelligent agents and collaborative actions and all that all mixed into one. And I'll be as quick as I can, but imagine a few years down the track, you're in your car and you've got your car nav system running, which I also thought would never take off, but it did. And you say to your software agent that's sitting in the car, you might call it a name, Pauline or something, you tell it that you're about to go to, say, Pacific Fair. And it says, do you want to find parking there? And it says, and you say yes. So while you're driving along, your software agent in your car talks to the manager of the parking at Pacific Fair, and books you a space. When you get there, the system, the Pacific Fair system, sees that you've arrived by your number plate, and it has little runway lights in front of you, so it directs you to your parking station, your parking spot with little runway lights kind of running along. At the parking station, you've probably seen the red lights and that's sitting atop. They'll use a system similar to that. Because you've booked it, it'll go red. If somebody came along before you and kind of snuck in there, it's okay, there's a camera, and cameras only $10 each nowadays for the internet. There's a camera there, it'll take a photograph of that number plate, it'll charge them $200 fine and send you somewhere else. When you get there, you'll park there, you'll go and you'll do your shopping, and they'll probably be charging by this stage. You'll get in the car and you'll go, it would have the exact time that you arrived, the exact time you left, come straight out of your credit card without you doing anything. That's the sort of thing that we're talking about. I'm not suggesting that should be done or it's a good idea, or that there's probably 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 companies trying to do that right now. But I just want to give you an example of collaboration. And I think I've got to ask questions now.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, you ask them, I'll say them again. So our online audience can hear. If anybody have a question, sure. Lady in the lovely blue. Oh, sure. So a question over there for the lady in the blue. He was wondering, with the power and in-depth knowledge you have, could you by any chance, all the traffic lights at one time, make them all green or all red?
No, you mean in 2 different directions?
No, as in like all the traffic lights.
Oh yeah. Well, they do that quite a bit when there's when there's a police escort or a sorry. Actually, they don't do it for fire engines. They might in Sydney. Okay, I'm just talking about Brisbane. They do it for ambulances in Brisbane, and we're doing it for buses, and they do it for the trams down here on the smart trams. But yes, you can. Yes, they do. And the other. No, well, I've got nothing to do with the Gold Coast ones. I think they're very friendly because every time you arrive at a traffic light, you go red and stops you and says hello.
Thank you. And we have one more question at the back.
Yeah, I don't want to play.
You don't want to play? No. I don't want to play on Facebook either.
Yeah, so things like, because it's just going to get more and more and more, and you just don't know. I don't like being tracked, so I don't even use Google Chrome or else.
So just to reiterate, it's more of a statement about not liking tracking ability of today's technology. What's your comment on that?
Well, it's more than just tracking. Now, there's a lot of people here who are into social media and advertising to people. It's a circle. If they don't get the data, they can't, do the target advertising. They can't do the target advertising. They can't get the business to grow. They can't get the business to grow, then the economy doesn't grow. So it's a look. I'm not keen on a lot of the things, but I read George Orwell kind of years ago as well. But
just to reiterate, Just to reiterate, and it's probably the final question we'll take due to time, if one is not so keen about being tracked and such by higher forces, is there any way one could go off the radar? It sounds very spy. Very
Probably go to an island somewhere.
Is Elvis alive? Who knows?
With your cat. With your cat, yeah. Can I just say, sorry, go.
It's no different to living in a village in times gone past when everybody knew what everybody else was doing. It's just done on a much bigger scale.
Yeah.
Don't have a choice.
I think it's what, I have to say it again, for the internet audience, that was actually a really interesting analogy. While some, miss, I must interrupt. While some people might think, whoa, it's technology, it knows everything about us, this lady over here just said that it's actually like going back to old times where we lived in villages, where, people knew what Bob down the street was doing and stuff like that. With that,
Can I just make one comment on that? I agree. I mean, I can see where you're coming from. The difficulty is that everybody knew about everybody else. Now, there's only a few organisations that know about you, everybody. You don't know about your neighbour. That's the difference. So it's not two-way. And just one other thing before I go. Someone said that Australia's not all that innovative. You all use Wi-Fi at home, don't you? All use Wi-Fi. It was invented in Australia by Cyro. They get millions of dollars a year in royalties from everybody who uses Wi-Fi. As a matter of every time you buy a Wi-Fi device, Cyro. Just sticking up for some engineers. It's a government. It's a government.
Thanks so much.
Got to unplug.
I don't think there's any doubt in Mr. Bennett's depth of knowledge. So can we have another round of applause, please? Now, friends, our next speaker's name is Brett Thompson, and Brett is Australia's highest paid and most in-demand copywriters, conversion strategist, as well as speaker, author, and mentor. Now, there have been a lot of campaigns in Australia recently, or throughout the past few decades, about direct marketing. And whilst you might not know it, Brett is actually the man, the backbone to many of these strategies. And today's talk, he's going to talk about 5 hot tips or insights about how you can make the words on your website work for you so that you can sell better. Remember at the start of the day, we were talking about how you can have a fantastic product and service, which I'm sure people of your quality do, but it's also important to make sure it reaches as many people as possible. Just a quick note, this is the second installment of the social media challenge, and the prize on offer is to get a copywriting makeover session with Brett himself. But the challenge happens during the talk this time. So what you'll have to do is, there are 2 parts to the challenge. The first part is that you have to take a couple of pictures of Brett during his talk. And they should be quite exciting. The more exciting the photo or the caption you come up with, the better. And we'll explain the second part afterwards. More about Brett. Actually quite an inspiring story about how in high school he failed English, and he didn't read his first complete book until his mid-20s. But he overcame that and pushed and pushed and pushed, and has made over $220 million in sales. Apart from that, from the short time I've known Brett, I know that not only in professional ways, but in personal ways, he likes to make a positive impact. So in professionalism or in industry, it's with his mentoring and books such as Client Rush, but also with his wife, Linka, he's taken a broader impact to society by giving personal development talks by his wife, Linka, and mentoring sessions with people so that they can really make the most out of life. In fact, one of the books are called Beggars Can Be Choosers, so how to get out of that rut and make the most of your life. But I think it's best to hand over to Brett. I'm very excited. He's quite a charismatic guy. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Brett Thompson.
Hello. Hello. Any objections if I take this out and start walking? Cool. It's kind of like when you're on a mobile phone. Who walks and when they're on the mobile phone? 2 people. All right. That's it. I'm kind of like, hold on one sec. Kind of like when I also talk with my hands. Anyone else talk with their hands? Yeah. So I've got to be careful with this so it doesn't go out. I think I got that from my genes, from my, because I remember I was 8 years old. We were at a shopping centre. We're walking through the car park. He's got a watermelon under here and bags of shopping under here. Walking through the car park, this car pulls up, went down the window, said, "Excuse us, mate, do you know where the library is?" And Dad goes, "Ah," and he puts his bags down, puts his watermelon down, and goes, "I don't know, mate." So, you like that one? Okay, so I've got to that's right, because I've got 20 minutes. Is that right? Can you give me some time? Yeah, cool. So Nav, shared some really cool stories. In Australia right now, people come to me for copywriting advice. If you don't know what a copywriter is, that's okay. I'll tell you a quick overview. Who could really do with an amazing salesperson in their business right now? Show of hands. Right, someone who just knows your product, and someone can ring up the phone, they just close them every time. Sound cool? Well, who would like 1,000 of those people, right? No one? Okay. So, yeah, cool. So a copywriter or copywriting in your business it acts like a virtual salesperson. So it's salesmanship or salesperson in print, right, or video. Make sense? Right, so it's true. Over the last 7 or 8 years, I've helped businesses go from 0 to from 3 million to 40 million in 18 months. I've helped generate over $220 million worth of new business for my clients, and I didn't even really touch the product. All I changed was the words in their marketing, right? Because so many of you guys are really great at what you do. You've got a passion about your business, and you've got a business product or service that can really make a difference. But sadly, you're not getting your message across the right way. Who kind of gets frustrated because your website's not converting, and you're writing emails, you're not getting any traction, right? Well, I'm going to give you some, there's 1,001 things I can teach you about copywriting. I've got 37 of them in my book. I'm going to try and squeeze in 5 of them today. Are we cool? So, just a little bit of a background. So I wanted to give you guys some hope, because as Nav said, even though, like today, I speak all over the world with my wife, Lanika, and I teach copywriting and marketing, 8 years ago, I didn't even know what a copywriter was. The only way you would have met me is if you walked into an industrial estate in Tweed Heads and asked to order some nuts and bolts. I worked in Machinery Drive in Tweed Heads. Who knows the area down there? Yeah, I live in Robina now, but my whole life I went through school as a big social event, and that was it. I remember that as soon as I finished school, I celebrated thinking I'm never going to have to read another book for the rest of my life. And then a few years later, I did read something. It was a newspaper article. That the headline was "How Alcohol Affects Your Brain." I thought, oh no. And then, so I read that, and it completely changed my life. I said, right, from this day on, I slammed my hand on the paper. I said, I'm never going to read again. That's how I just didn't like reading, right? Then I got blessed with identical twin boys. Any parents in the room? No? Okay, cool. Lanika and I, between us, have got 6 kids, but that completely changed my life. So the first book I picked up in my mid-20s was a book called Awaken the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins, right? Completely, after about the first 80 pages, I'd given up a lot of dangerous habits and just became like a personal development junkie, to the point where I was preaching it to my mates. Really burned a lot of mates, as you do. But this is all tied in, right? Then I came up with my first business idea to run workshops for kids. I thought, maybe I can teach kids self-confidence, communication skills, self-esteem and life skills. Who thinks that's a good idea, right? I asked all my friends and family, I said, Brett, you'll be awesome at it, go for it. So I quit my job after 15 years, and I started my first personal development workshop for kids. And I found out very quickly, you can have a great idea here which you love and very passionate about, but if you don't know marketing, you can lose a lot of money, right? Because everyone loved the idea, but no one was prepared to pay for it, right? So I learned lost a lot of money. Then I kind of found myself in a seminar to learn about marketing, right? And this guy came up on stage. His name was Mal Emery, known as the millionaire maker in Australia. You heard of him? Yep. So he came up and he walked up on stage and goes, rightio folks, what I'm going to share with you right now is put more money in my bank account than anything I've done in my whole entire life. I remember sitting at the back and I said, whatever comes out of this dude's mouth, I'm just going to do it no matter what. And he said, it's the art of writing compelling words that motivate people to take action, better known as copywriting. I went, oh no, I've only just started reading and I hate writing, but I decided to do it, right? My first year of business, I'd turned over $16,000 for the whole year. That's pretty tough bringing up kids, right? Then I applied copywriting to my business, and 12 months later went to $200,000, and then from that over $220 million through the power of written words. Sound cool? So I want to tell that to give you hope, right? If my English teacher knows how much money I can make people through English now, she'd roll over in a grave. Right? So here's the 5 things that I did really, really well at the start. Number 1 has nothing to do with writing at all. Absolutely nothing to do. It's to do with the research, right? And think about this. I'm a complete marketing nerd, and I study from the world's best. And Mary Ann Tripoli in the US, who's a multi-millionaire in this field, she said that the way you look at a marketing campaign, or the success of a marketing campaign, is this, right? It's broken down into 3 areas. 60% of success in your marketing campaign is to do with your market and your audience and finding that hungry target market, right? 60% of the success is finding that hungry audience that you've got to get your product to, right? 20% is coming up with an irresistible offer that they're going to jump at. And the other 20% is the copywriting that carries that through, right? So when people come to see myself or my team, I've got a team of copywriters, and we take on a project, we spend about 70% researching your market, your audience, your ideal client, better than actually you do, right? Because we know it's all about understanding the psychology and what's going to make people tick. And this is really important. So, because something that worked 2 or 3 years ago in your may not work right now, because what happens is our awareness level goes up. And in Australia, BS detectors is pretty high. True or true, right? So what happens is we see something that might have worked a couple of years ago, and if everyone keeps flogging it to death, then we become numb to it. Who's seen headlines that just don't work? You look at the weight loss industries. If you had a headline that said, how to lose 10 kilos in 12 months, it wouldn't really fly. You've got to be more creative because the awareness level has gone up. So what they do is they find mechanisms that can put a little twist in it, like we've extracted the juice from the root of a Tibetan tree, and that'll help you shed weight. Who knows what I'm saying? So it's that kind of, we find when we do the research, and this is important for you, if you really want to get good, if you really want to write compelling words that get people to take action, you've got to understand the psychology of your market, right? So is this, right? Your job, you're in the emotional game, right? Your job is to stir up people's deepest, darkest emotions and then offer your product or service as a relief, right? That's mine. If I was writing copy for you, anyone would like me to write copy for them? I'd spend all my time researching your audience. How do I do that? Well, there's standard, you can get them to fill out a questionnaire, right? That's one thing. And you ask them what their biggest frustrations are, what keeps them awake at night and all those kind of things. You also want to find out, and everyone should write this down, why won't people buy from you? You need to know the answer. Why won't people buy from you? Here's the reason. When people come to your website, and one of the hardest things to do, you might be able to get someone to enter in their email address to opt in for a newsletter or whatever, but if you want someone to reach in their pocket, rip out a credit card and type in, that's like a big hurdle, yeah? True or true, right? So to do that, you've got to overcome some objections. So understand this, one objection missed is a sale missed, right? The reason you need to know every single objection, because one objection missed is a sale missed. Don't sweep it under the carpet. Right, so in the researching phase, you've really got to understand those objections. Also, the hot buttons. What kind of the hot buttons? This is the kind of research. This is before you put pen to paper. Making sense so far? Cool. Next thing I got very, very good at was writing headlines, and this is really important. Now, it's estimated if someone looks at a newspaper, they stay on a page for 3 seconds. What are they doing in those 3 seconds? Scanning headlines. Scanning headlines and pictures, right? So the headlines are the same as if you're using Google ads or Facebook ads or social media posts or blog posts or email subject lines. Who knows that they should be communicating with their audience more by email, right? Who gets the blank screen syndrome? I've got to write an email. They have the blank screen. They don't know what to write, and they go, "I'll do it tomorrow," and tomorrow never happens. Anyone else think that? So understand your email subject line is your headline. You could have the most irresistible offer in your email, but if the subject line doesn't compel them, inspire them or intrigue them to want to know more, then all your good work's done. Same with your website. People stay on your website for just, there's a 5-second rule. You've got to have a headline that jumps out. So how I got good at writing headlines, there's 2 ways, right? Number one is when you're looking at, when you see someone else's headline that really kind of evokes curiosity, intrigue, this is real sophisticated, get a Word doc, call it cool headlines, copy it, and start dumping headlines in your Word doc. Same with email subject lines. Who starts the day when in the morning when they just go delete, 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 delete? Show of hands? Yeah. Well, I do that as well, but before you do that, just have a look at the subject line. If anything stirs up curiosity, intrigue, and desire to want to know more, copy it and put it into a Word doc called cool email subject lines. So that kind of helps you overcome the blank screen syndrome. The other thing you want to do is, when you get good at writing headlines, is have a brain dump and try to get to about 50 to 100 headlines before you pick one. Now, this might sound like a lot of work, but I promise you this, right? 80% of your success is to do with a headline for your ad, for your blog post or whatever. If the headline doesn't do the job, then it's just done. So it's important to get really good at this. Who knows when when the flow happens and they can't type fast enough because all these ideas are happening, yeah? Cool. The key thing with that is you've got to, if you wait and meditate and wait for it to happen, you could be there for a long time, right? The way you mechanically make it happen is just have a brain dump and start writing headlines and give yourself permission to suck at copywriting. So listen, my first headlines might be absolute crap, don't worry. Just start writing crap headlines and just try and get to 50 to 100 because eventually the flow will happen. And like Dan said in his talk, you've got to be trying to be controversial and things like that. So with a headline, you want to try and be had the biggest emotional impact but the shortest amount of words, right? You can still have a lot of words. Sometimes we add a word to add an emotional impact. I'll give you an example. We ran an ad, a friend of mine actually ran an ad for a hair loss company. It said, unwanted hair, ? And he got like so-so response. And then they changed it the next week, unwanted ugly hair, and he got 4 times the amount of response, right? Because one emotional, we buy with emotion and justify with logic. And if I had more time, I could give you some awesome stories about that. But understand, we're all in the emotional game, guys. Doesn't matter what business you're in, you've got to try and stir up the emotions. What's the emotional benefit? Cool. The other thing I got very, very good at was coming up with a big idea. And this is very, very important because I believe you're one big idea away from potentially your $1 million payday. You look at Dan Norris's story. Like, he went through a bunch of trial and error, and he just came up one big idea and bang, right? So here's the thing: you don't have to. You're either going to be like there's two schools of thought. You're either going to be an organised person or a kind of creative person. Who's more of the organised style, and who's more creative? Cool. Well, the good news is no matter where you are, you can actually get yourself into that big idea zone. And the way I do it, I've got, when I work from home, I've got an office upstairs, but when I work from home, I've got a bed in my office, because if I get sleepy, right, I'll have a power nap, right? And this is interesting because when people come up to me, and I'll give you a quick story. A company came up to me and said, Brett, we need your marketing help, and they said, all you got to do, Brett, is write the copy for this campaign, and if you do what we say, we'll make $500,000 in 4 weeks. Who thinks that's pretty cool, right? And I had a look at it and I thought, okay, I can do that if you want, but I can actually add some juice here and do something else. So they trusted me, and instead of making them $500,000 in 4 weeks, I made them $1.6 million in 2 weeks, right? All because of the big idea, right? So the big idea, here's the thing, a lot of people say to me, Brett, all these ideas you have, your mind mustn't stop, right? And that's true. Who's got a mind that just constantly goes and goes, right? Here's the thing, when I come up with my big ideas, it's more of a relaxed state. So if you're at a seminar or function and you know someone but you can't remember their name, they come up to you and they go, hey, how you going? They call you by your name, you go, hey, buddy, you know that awkward thing we don't remember the name. So what happens, you stress trying to think, then when you drive home and you relax, you listen to the radio, all of a sudden, ding, the name comes in. Who's experienced that, right? Because that's when your mind starts to settle. That's when your creativeness comes up and your memory, right? So when I come up with my big ideas, it generally happens in my sleepy state, or I just chill out, right? Because I promise you, one big idea can be all that gives you that edge, you know, apart from your competition. So, and give yourself permission to think outrageous, right? Here's what I suggest. Think of what, instead of starting slow, try and think of the most outrageous idea that absolutely scares the bejesus out of you, right? Start there and then start peeling it back. Is this making sense? Yeah. So absolutely critical. The big idea, thanks buddy, is very critical, because again, when that big idea could be that one thing that's going to give you that breakthrough, that marketing breakthrough, right? The next thing I got very good at was writing in a conversational tone, right? Most of us are institutionalized. We write as if it's from a textbook, you know? I'll tell you now a bit of a hint. If someone goes to your website and the first thing they see is this big chunky block of text, I promise you most of them won't read the first letter of the first word, right? Because most people hate reading. No, there's always exceptions, but most people, right? We've got very short attention span. So, and also most people feel compelled to use big words. I was lucky because I slept through school. I didn't know too many big words, right? So big companies come to me, and my job is to dumb it down, and here's why. The comprehension rate for the Western adult in Australia, or Western adult, is equivalent to a 12 to 13-year-old, believe it or not. Equivalent to a 12 to 13-year-old. So when I gave that example, how I helped a company go from, you know, 500,000 to 1.6 million, what the product owner didn't realise, I got my 12-year-old twin boys to critique my copy for me, all right? And here's the thing, I say, boys, can you read this out for me? And I had to bribe them. My kids are, you know, like everyone else's. And I got them to read it out for me. And if they tripped up, I said, well, stop, I'll put a red pen, keep on going. I got them to read it all the way to the end. And any time they tripped up as a 12 to 13-year-old, I'd go back and I'd dumb it down. And this is for a corporate company, right? Because if they trip up when they're reading copy, they start skim reading and you've missed the flow. It's like if you're on a call with a salesperson and your phone cuts out and you miss some of the critical elements of a sales pitch. It's the same when you're writing copy to sell from your website, right? So you've got to make it flow really easy. It's got to be conversational. So here's two ways of doing it, right? One way is you can sit with someone you feel comfortable with, like friend, family, colleague, whatever, and get your smartphone or computer and sell them your idea and get the whole thing recorded. Invite them to ask objections and just pitch your idea and get the whole thing recorded. Then what you do is you go and get that transcribed. You can go to eDesk or guru.com, and then you can get it transcribed and you'll have everything there. And that's probably 70% of your sales pitch. All you do is you take out all the ums and the ahs. But this next part's important. What you do, you leave the other bits in there which we call connectors. Things like, oh, by the way, I'll get back to that later. I'll explain this now, or let me explain it. All those kind of conversational tone things that you don't see in a textbook. That's the glue that keeps people reading, right? Making sense so far? Cool. So the other way of getting, 1 minute? Okay. The other way of getting good at that is to, if you're visually having a conversation, if you could play a mental video of having a conversation with someone and write in that tone. That's when I write emails. Another good way is to, when you're writing, say, an email to someone or copy for your website, imagine you're talking to one person only, not 1,000. Take the pressure off yourself. Picture one person you know, and you can visualize them, and they're your ideal client, but you want to make sure that you write to a skeptical person. Okay, you want to write to a skeptical person and don't leave anything out. Okay, also don't try and please the people you think, oh, no one likes those long letters, so I might keep it short. You know, try and please everyone else. If you try and please the tire kickers, you're going to miss out on some big sales. Always market to the heavy users of your industry. Okay, expect that everyone is going to love your stuff and write to the heavy users, but write to a skeptical person, right? Then the last thing, I've got 30 seconds left. The last thing you want to get very good at on your website and on your online marketing, if there's one thing you can do to crank up conversions, this is it. That is to add more proof, right? Because people don't believe what you say. They don't believe what I say. They believe what other people say, right? So understand, people won't buy from you if they don't trust you. People won't buy from you if they don't believe you. So if trust and belief are the two narrow toll gates that they've got to pass through to get a sale, doesn't it make sense to get them up there nice and early on your website and your marketing? Make sense? So ways to do that. One of the testimonials is the bottom of the barrel, but it's better than nothing. Always get good at getting testimonials. Next thing, if you want to 10x that, get video testimonials. And instead of just having testimonials, they have a headline above the testimonial, because people don't have a big chunk test. Pull out the best bit and put headlines on them. The best way to add proof is demonstration. Can you demonstrate your product or service in action, right? Because you don't need great copy. That's why before and after images are so powerful in the weight loss industry and things. Always try and find a way to demonstrate through video or whatever the case. But look, I could talk all day on this. I know I've talked very, very fast. Has the pace been okay? Yeah, cool. So is that time? Oh, question time, no worries. All right. Thanks for your time, guys.
So yes, if anybody has any questions at all, anybody? Or any questions?
All good?
The back there. And I'll repeat the question after you do it, so our online people can hear.
Okay.
So the question was, with copywriting coming from a traditional sort of media such as newspapers, but now with social media and the internet, and new platforms such as the internet, what are your suggestions about effective copywriting in the digital age?
Cool. Good question, by the way. So copywriting these days, and you could talk to Sonia and Joel about this, they're social media experts, but you've got to make it more punchy these days, right? Because everyone's used to tweets and Facebook updates and text messages. So the one thing I left out is one of the most powerful things you can do, and I know Dan's mentioned it, Des, is tell a story, right? But even when because stories, people love stories, people live vicariously in others, and you should all tell stories in your marketing, I promise you, because that's the best way to differentiate yourself. But even when you're telling a story, you want to try and make it as punchy as you can. So don't waffle for the sake of it. So because I've got a team of copywriters and we do copywriting for people. So if I've got a new copywriter and they give me their work, I can pretty much safely say I'll get rid of about 25% of it, and I can still have the same emotional impact in there. So to answer your question, the way it's kind of evolved these days, do not dilute the emotion in copy. Sometimes I'll add words to have emotion, and stories is a great way to kind of inject emotion into your copy and your emails and things like that. But yeah, try and make it as punchy as I can, and just so people can fly through it really quickly. Yep. Another question at the back? Yeah. Okay, so the question was, do you think you need long copy to work? Well, look, there's always going to be exceptions. I understand in some industries, they've tested it in some shorter copy. In most cases, long copy works, and here's the reason. Who's seen those long copies and think, oh, I'm never going to read that? Show of hands. So who actually thought, I'm not going to do that because that's, if I hate it, everyone else will hate it. Here's why I want to challenge your thinking on that, respectively, because you see, when people want to buy from you, they don't know if you're from a bar of soap. So to actually out and buy from you, you've got to hit a few hot buttons and overcome all the. And again, one objection missed is a sale missed. So if you pull it up short just to please everyone, then you've missing sales. Now you might be right thinking that not everyone's going to read all the way to the end, and you're probably right, most people won't, but they'll read enough of it to make that buying decision. Okay, so I always people say, how long should it be? It can never be too long, but it can be too boring, right? So the length of copy is determined by how many hot buttons I can hit, how many objections I have to overcome, and how much proof can I inject in there, right? So sometimes that's long, and again, if you're selling something very expensive, it's going to need a lot more words, kind of like a sales pitch. It takes longer, but if you're selling something for low dollar cost, probably you don't have to overcome as many objections. Does that make sense? So the correct answer is you've got to test. But to be honest with you, long copy, I always lean to that favour for sure. Correct. Yep.
Last question.
Yep.
You mentioned as far as making more proof, like your website.
Yes.
You suggested demonstrating.
Yes.
In the personal development industry that you're in, how do you demonstrate that within a sales page or on your website?
Okay, a couple of ways. If you've been featured in a magazine or a newspaper or anything like that, you can actually use their logos straight up the top. Yeah, because that's instant credibility. I've even heard some people, this is a little bit cheeky, I'm not saying I've done it, some people who actually run ads in the Courier Mail, run ads in the Sydney Morning Herald, so they put their logo on there, featured in, you know, that's a little bit cheeky. I'm not saying I do that.
Whether you meant, if you were actually going to make a video or do something like that where you were demonstrating a point
Yes.
of view or something like that.
So the question was, so.
I was just wondering whether you would ever do it, you being the person talking with a client.
Okay, yeah. So you'd have a client and they throw up a challenge and you'd just solve it straight away? Absolutely, because that's, dramatic demonstration is the most powerful, persuasive things you've got. Otherwise, you're just relying on words and trying to convince them. But any time I work with a client, I'll just try and drag stories. If you don't want to do something live, and because you might not be happy about that, just use stories. Some industries are not allowed to use testimonials, but you can use case studies. So look, here's the thing. Here's the good news for everyone, right? You don't have to be a good copywriter. Just be a good storyteller, okay? And there's a good way you can inject proof with good storytelling, okay?
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So once again, that was Brett Thompson. Who here got some value from there, or any lesson or anything? I'd love to hear maybe 2 shares. Come on, there were like 100 hands up just now. Yes. One thing you took away from that, really quickly.
Just so much, but probably the storytelling, the visual demonstration of what you can give to people being very powerful and authentic.
Fantastic. Round of applause for her, please. So just to reiterate, that was the power of storytelling and using visual aids to show people what you can actually do. And maybe one more share really quickly. There were 100 hands up. Yes.
Well, I specifically wrote down any objection list is the same list. So I don't often consider the reason why people won't buy. I think they think about why people will. And so I really like that idea of actually focusing on where we might be missing
Yeah.
and where we're not hitting the target and addressing those.
Fantastic. So any objection missed could be a sale miss. Now, here's the thing. That was, again, maybe a 1 to 70 session where Brett was sharing his knowledge. But we do have an opportunity here for a one-on-one session between one of you and Brett. Anybody interested in that? Like to participate? Fantastic. So as we said at the start of the session, you were taking pictures of Brett in his zone, in his element. And now all you have to do is share it on Instagram. And you could get Instagram in about 15 seconds, if you're lucky. And all you have to do is tag your photo with 2 hashtags. The first hashtag is hashtag Brett Thompson. And the second hashtag is hashtag SMDayGC. And I know maybe somebody here don't have Instagram, but what other thing to do on social media day? Get more social media. Bada bing. But hashtags, hashtag Brett Thompson and hashtag SMDayGC. Now, friends, we've noticed that, one question? TH, yeah, OMP, and, oh, wow. I got a bad copy there. Anyways, BRETTHOM. My apologies. Also, friends, we noticed that maybe energy up a little bit, so we're going to break for a quick refresher where you can network and check out the cool stalls and maybe have some juice and nibbles. When we come back, we do have 3 more speakers to the special performance. These are pretty interesting. One of them goes over the legalities of social media, like how is the state keeping up, and another one goes about creating thriving communities and has done so successfully. And lastly, we have a speaker who talks about the dimensions of the digital dimension blending in with the physical dimension and then becoming one. So we'll have a quick maybe 5-minute break, and yeah, thank you. Sorry? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could make our way back, our next speaker is about to come on, all the way from Brisbane. Best of luck, Peter. Got this. Right. Friends, if we could make our way back, please. All the people online are waiting for us. And they're watching this at like 2 a.m. And at the back, if we could come in, pretty please. Pretty please. I can see you. Come on, man. Oh, really? Okay. Became quieter. It's good. It's my new startup. Yeah. Friends, our next speaker comes all the way from Brisbane. His name is Peter Black. And Peter Black is a current law lecturer at QUT. And on his blog named Freedom to Defer, it says that he's quite interested in the intersection between government, politics, and new media. Now, I know there's been a lot of, probably the general connotation around it all is that the government cannot keep up with new technologies such as Uber and such, and it's really being disrupted in that sense. But today, to speak some reality, as he's an expert in the field, is Peter Black, and he will talk about the Law 2.0. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take this off the stand again. So first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak here today. This is a real pleasure for me. I tend to do a lot of speaking these days around my other main area of legal interest, which is constitutional law. And it's fair to say that law generally doesn't generate that much interest or excitement amongst most people. I obviously love it, but it's much harder to get others on board with my love for constitutional law. The other sort of hat that I wear, though, is this hat that deals with social media and the law. And I really, to be honest, just stumbled into this field by accident. It was several years ago when I first joined the QUT law faculty, and I just got randomly thrown into a course called Legal Regulation of the Internet. This was back in 2006. So I had a fairly steep learning curve to be able to credibly teach this particular course. And it turned out that in the period of getting ready for that course, not only did I develop a deep sort of passion and understanding around some of the legal issues, but I learned to love the technology itself. And so I set up my own blog. Not that I really blog much these days, but it's there. I set up my Twitter account a few years later in 2008, and I remain absolutely addicted to Twitter on a daily basis. And I pretty much now sign up for any new technology that comes along, both to try and understand the technology so that I can understand some of the legal issues that go along with that, but also just because now I'm just a massive geek, and I really enjoy getting used to and playing around with some of these new technologies. Now, the topic that I'm here to talk to you about today, of course, is basically the law and some of the legal issues that arise when it comes to social media. And I want to try and go through basic 3 steps in relation to this. The first is to try and talk about some of the risks that exist when we are dealing with social media. The second step then is to talk about how we can best manage that risk. And then the third step really is to, I suppose I'm just going to editorialize a little bit and talk a little bit about where I think the law is heading in both a good sense and in a bad sense when it comes to dealing with some of these challenges with social media. So the first thing is the risks. Now, and I'm using the term risk here in its broadest sense because despite the fact that there are a wide variety of different laws that apply when we are online, when we are navigating social media, the reality is that there are very few lawsuits that arise out of what takes place online. And there's a few different reasons for that. One is just jurisdictional. It might well be the fact that you in Australia, someone in France is unhappy with what you've posted. How do you sort of resolve that in a court? It's not unable to be resolved, but it makes it difficult, and so it presents hurdles, and so those sorts of matters tend not to end up ultimately before the courts. There's then also sort of the corollary of that is that when we're dealing with any of these sorts of most common legal issues that arise online, actually going to a court and getting any of these enforced, whether we're talking about defamation law or copyright law or whatever it may be, is expensive and time-consuming, which again also means that most of these matters don't end up in a court of law. So in many ways, the risk that we face when we go online and we breach some sort of law or break some sort of law that exists out there is not so much the fact that you're likely to end up before a judge or a jury one day. It's the reputational risk that goes along with that. And so even if it does never end up before the judge and the jury, breaking some particular law, there is a reputational risk associated with that. And so there are many ways that's the bigger risk than anything else. Now, in terms of those sorts of reputational risks that exist, they exist obviously just when you accidentally do something wrong online, but they exist more fundamentally when you do go through and break one of those laws of which I speak. Now, those sorts of laws fall into a few different categories, and so I'll just briefly highlight what those are. The first one is defamation law. So this obviously arises when you are talking about a particular individual, and it does have to be an individual if we're talking about defamation law, and you in some way say something that would lower their reputation in the eyes of others, and especially in the social media context, where often what people put out there is obviously done instantaneously, but is often also done spontaneously. There's not always the time and the thought that goes into particular posts or comments, and that's as a result of the medium. So whereas perhaps if you were writing a letter to the newspaper, you would be a little bit more measured because you knew it was going to be published. You might choose your words a little bit more carefully. But if you're just responding on a Facebook post or a picture on Instagram, you might shoot from the hip a little bit more, which gives rise to this particular legal matter arising. The second main area is copyright law. And this is probably one that I would imagine, I'm going to say everyone in this room at some point or another broken copyright law, be it from sharing a photo that they don't own the copyright in, or downloading a song from BitTorrent or something like that. It's very easy to infringe copyright law, and again, to be honest, millions of people do it every single day all around the world. And we can revisit later as to whether this represents a fundamental flaw with copyright law as a notion altogether a little bit later on. But you do have to be very careful when you are using other people's work online, particularly when we are talking about media, photographs, videos, and the like. The third area of law that also particularly arises in the social media context goes to what can be loosely described as sort of content regulation laws. So this can be things dealing with vilification or offensive content and the like. Now again, you may well be sitting here thinking, I'm a fairly measured, calm person. I'm not going to defame someone. I'm not going to put obscene or offensive content out on the internet. And if I do download anything or share anything I don't own the copyright in, I'm going to be doing it very carefully or discreetly, and I can sort of manage that risk. And that may well be true. But the other big challenge that you all face when you go online and you have a blog or a website or even a Facebook page is the fact that you don't necessarily have control over what others are posting to that particular blog, page, website, whatever it may be. And you can be held legally responsible for the content that others are posting to your pages or platforms online. So if you are running a blog that allows comments or a Facebook page that obviously necessarily allows comments, and someone goes onto that page or onto that website and defames another person, you are as equally legally culpable as the person that posted the original comment. So you need to be careful in terms of the process of moderation and the like, and we can talk about managing that risk in a moment. Similarly with copyright law, if you are hosting one of, or have one of these pages or a presence on Facebook or whatever it may be, and other people are using that page to post copyright material, you can be held liable for having authorized that copyright infringement as well. And so where in many ways the real risk exists for people that are very active on social media or are active online and do have spaces and platforms and pages and sites that they manage is the legal that potentially emerges from what other people are posting to that particular content. So those are just a very brief overview of some of those legal that exist as we move into this online space. The question then becomes, how do we best manage the risk when we are navigating this particular space? And there's probably a few, I think, sort of practical things that you need to think about really is to have an understanding of both the technology and the law. So you need to be able to understand how the particular platform operates that you may be using to help share your videos or to help promote your particular product or service or whatever it may be. Understand the technology so that you can see exactly where any legal risk may arise. So if there's perhaps the option to turn on or off commenting, or the option to allow moderation or pre-vetting of comments, then you might want to consider as to whether that is something that is worth pursuing. So you have to understand the technology, and then the second thing, as I said there, is to really understand the law. One thing that I do in my at the QUT is I also teach law to non-law students. So I teach law to journalism students, and I also teach law to creative industries students. And the thing that we tell them in the first lecture for those particular courses is we're not teaching you how to. God knows there are enough lawyers in the world as it is. We don't need more lawyers. But what we are teaching them is basically how to be good clients. And that is to say, how to at least spot when a legal problem emerges, so that if you do need to speak to someone with more experience, or even speak to a lawyer, you know exactly who to go to and what to ask. And so being aware of those legal issues with respect to particularly defamation and also copyright law is very important in that particular space. So I would encourage anyone, particularly if you are very active on social media, or if you are using social media or the web to promote your businesses, products or services, then to be aware of those legal issues so that you can best manage them is particularly important. And where and often the biggest decision you will have to face does arise as a result of the liability, that is the responsibility that you can incur from others posting to your particular platform, to that particular site. And then it becomes, how do you best mitigate or manage that risk? And as I said, particularly with others posting content to those platforms, you need to think about whether you want to pre-approve every comment, whether you want to moderate comments as they get posted, or thirdly, whether you simply want to respond to complaints if and when they arise. And that you are going to have to think about in terms of what you are prepared to do. Now, my own stance for my own pages and sites and platforms and those sorts of things is very much just to respond to problems when they emerge. Because what we have seen develop in the online space over time, and this is another reason as to why we don't see so many of these legal issues ultimately get before the courts, is a culture of notice and takedown has emerged throughout the web. And the culture of notice and takedown has its origins in the Digital Millennium Copyright Act in the United States. It was a law that they passed over a decade ago now to deal with copyright problems on a range of different websites. But the principle is quite simple, that you more or less allow the web to exist unmoderated or not pre-approved in terms of all the content that gets posted. But if and when a problem does arise and you are given notice of that, you are informed of the fact that someone is using your particular page or platform for some unlawful or illegal purpose, then you best respond to that by simply removing the content. And in the overwhelming majority of cases, that is usually enough to put the matter to an end. And that's certainly been enough for myself in my own experiences. As I said, I do have a blog. I don't really update it anymore, but back when I was a blogger and I had lots of people commenting on my site, I did twice receive, I wouldn't say they were threatening letters from lawyers, but they were pointed letters from lawyers in respect to content that others had posted to my site as sort of comments. And my response then, as it would be now, was simply to take down content, especially because in those two letters that I did receive, when I went and actually looked at that content, yeah, it probably was defamatory. I wouldn't really have gained much by trying to argue the point. Sort of culture of notice and takedown very much exists online and is how the majority of matters can be dealt with. But that's not necessarily going to be a risk that you are willing to take if you are invested financially or emotionally or otherwise in your particular site, service or platform. So managing the risk, I think, is very important. Now, the third sort of step that I wanted to do was to move into sort of editorializing a little bit, which is to sort of think about, well, how effective is the law as it currently stands to deal with some of these challenges that exist in the online environment? And there is, I think, a fair critique to be made that inevitably lags behind technology, and that is clearly a problem for certainty in the legal space and businessmen and women who are using online platforms. But I also think that there is very much a flip side to that argument, which is the idea that it shouldn't be about law catching up to technology. It should be about law being technology neutral, which is to say that what you say in an online space should be treated in the same ways, or in the same way by the law as what you would say in an offline space. That we don't necessarily want to go down the path of having one set of laws in terms of defamation or copyright or privacy or whatever it may be that applies for the internet, and another set of laws that applies to the mainstream media or that applies to what you and I can say on a daily basis. And so I would suggest that the real challenge for legislators and judges and regulators in this space is not so much the idea of being faster at passing more law. It's about when we are looking at our laws and looking at our legal system, we need to create laws and modernize laws that are technology neutral, so that what you say online is treated the same as what you say offline and vice versa. And the big advantage, I think, of going down that particular approach to legal regulation is not just the idea that there will be parity between the law that applies online and offline. It's that the law will no longer be lagging behind anything, because the law will be able to respond to these new technologies as they arise, because we will be treating a website the same way as we treat a Facebook page, the same way we treat Twitter, the same way we treat Periscope or Meerkat, the same way we treat whatever the next big thing is going to be in 12 or 24 months' time. But unfortunately, I don't necessarily think that is the way that particularly our legislators, have gone down the path when it comes to regulating online conduct. And we've seen a few examples of that in the last few months. We've seen data retention laws pass the Australian Parliament, whereby internet service providers are required to keep for a period of 2 years your metadata. We don't have an equivalent where the government is requiring people to keep that sort of information of what you are doing in an offline sense, so I don't think there is parity there. And we've also seen what I think is a alarming step in the last few weeks, whereby the Australian Parliament passed a law that in effect allows for internet filtering, whereby there can be an application made to a court to require internet service providers access to certain websites that contain copyright infringing material. Several years ago, I actually took some time off from QUT and I worked for an organisation called the Electronic Frontiers Australia, campaigning at the time against the then Labor government's proposed mandatory ISP level internet filtering. I'm pleased to say we were successful in ultimately getting the then government to abandon that particular policy. But what I'm alarmed about now is that we are more or less seeing the technical mechanism of a filter introduced under a new guise and by a new means that I think should be alarming to anyone who values and wants to promote an open and free online environment. So those, I suppose, are really those sort of editorial observations that I wanted to make. I hope that's not sort of too political in that respect. But what I thought might be more interesting is to, whatever that noise is, I'll ignore, take some questions on any of these sorts of topics that I've touched about, because that tends to be a bit more exciting for people.
Can we have a round of applause, please? So you can just repeat the question when they ask it.
Okay.
You were brilliant.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat the question when you ask it. So, yeah, there was a comment there.
Would you care to extend or elaborate on the
Specifically with respect to the filter, well, okay, it is in some ways sort of speculative, but what we now have, ever since this law has passed through the Parliament in the last sort of week, or so I think it was Monday night this week actually, that it passed through the Parliament, is a technical mechanism now whereby Australian internet service providers will be required to block access to certain websites. Now, this is now the field of activity whereby Australian internet service providers are going to be required to block certain content. We already have some content being blocked that's described as being the content relating to Interpol's worst of the worst list, which is basically child pornography, which I would put aside into a different sort of category. But this more sort of recent law in terms of copyright infringing material is potentially very broad. Now, the law has been was designed with the idea of targeting websites like the Pirate Bay or Kick-Ass Torrents or Easy TV or those sorts of websites, but it is potentially broad enough in terms of the way that it is drafted to capture any sort of site that contains copyright infringing material, and that could include your own. Well, could potentially include things like teenagers' Tumblr sites, whereby they are reblogging copyright infringing material. So it could be very broad in that sense. But I think the more alarming of it is that technical ability now, or that infrastructure that will now be in place, that could allow other forms of content to be treated in the same way. So we've now seen the fact that it can exist with copyright infringing material. We've already seen calls from various other groups to restrict other sorts of content. So, for example, various forms of hate speech, some anti-religious material. There's a range of different people who want to block certain access to certain content online. And irrespective of what you might think about a particular category of content, be it hate speech, or be it pornography, or be it copyright infringing material, or be it seditious anti-Australian material, whatever that may indeed mean. The real problem with that is the ability now for the government to be controlling, in effect, what it is or are not able to view, watch, read when you go online. So I think it is important that all citizens, and in particular those that are online, be very vigilant when it comes to any potential expansion of the law in this direction. Yes. Okay, so the question is in relation to public and private space online. What is public, what is private? And the particular example was in relation to an employee who was fired for posting content on their Facebook page. Now, privacy and the law relating to privacy in this country, I think, is challenging, in large part because when we talk about privacy law in Australia, we are really just talking about informational privacy, what governments and businesses can do with your data. I would not be breaking any law, for example, by going into walking down the street, finding a house whose windows were open, and taking photographs of what the people are doing inside. That wouldn't break any law in Australia at the moment. We don't sort of have any broader sort of right to privacy in this country. So we have to sort of put that into the mix as well. In terms of those public and private spaces online, I mean, I think that is a really tricky and perhaps challenging question. And I think the answer almost inevitably now really does turn upon one of two things. The first thing that it turns upon is the way that the individual configures that particular so-called private space in terms of the privacy permissions that they either choose to turn on or choose to turn off. I don't think we're really in the space anymore whereby you say everything is public or everything is private. More often than not, most things these days are beginning to fall into this middle space, and they are turning upon the individual privacy permissions that an individual may choose to adopt. The second thing, or the second sort of factor that really deals with a lot of this, particularly in the workplace environment, is that it will, more often than not, solely be governed by what places or organisations' internal policies are. And when you are an employee and you obviously are employed by a business or an organisation, as part of that employment contract, you usually agree to abide by whatever their own internal policies are. And that probably ties back to something that I was saying a little bit earlier, which is, I think, in many ways, the best way to mitigate any risk in this space is to be aware both of technology and the law. And I would, when I say it a little bit broader, to include things like not only the terms of service of the various different platforms, but policies that you are going to face as an individual, as an employee, as a contractor, as whatever it may be. And there probably aren't any blanket rules that really exist within this space at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more question.
So the question really is there some sort of so the question was in terms of dealing with this idea of third-party liability, whereby you can be responsible for content that other people's post to the web, whether there's a difference between a site that you may own and whether you're just simply using someone a platform like the example was Facebook. And I think sort of fundamentally there isn't actually a huge difference. The only main difference that I would identify in a situation such as that, particularly the Facebook example, is that in addition to the individual that posted the content that is going to get them into legal trouble, let's say it's defamatory content, in addition to that person being responsible, if it's your Facebook page or group, you could also be responsible, but also Facebook could be responsible as well. And the reality is that that's actually more likely the direction where a potential aggrieved person is going to sue. Odds are, unless you're a millionaire, they're probably not going to bother suing you. You know, there's just not enough money in it to make it worthwhile for them to go through the process. But Facebook's got no shortage of money. So it actually makes those sorts of platforms the more likely targets in those particular spaces. And certainly platforms like Facebook, Google, YouTube, Twitter, or whatever it is, certainly do seek to try and argue that they shouldn't be held responsible in that instance. And I think logically there's a certain amount of sense to that. Why would you hold something like Facebook or YouTube responsible for every single thing that gets posted to their platform? And the good news for them is that under American law, they're not liable. It's very clear under American law, under the Communications Decency Act, that they have an immunity. That's not the case under Australian law or in the situation in the law elsewhere around the world. Just something that they're seeking to try and lobby for change, while at the same time, of course, they are seeking also to say the fact that they can only ever be responsible under American law. And that's sort of a different sort of jurisdictional private law point that's a bit tricky. So the question was, if you're going away for a period of time, you're not able to sort of moderate or monitor the content posted, what should you do in that sort of situation? And well, look, I don't think there is, and this is such a typically lawyer legal answer, you know, it depends. But it sort of really does. I don't think there is a blanket rule that I could give, and that would be doing you a disservice there. You would have to sort of make that own legal risk analysis in your mind as to what's going to be the bigger potential harm to your business. Is it to basically take it offline for that period of time while you're not able to monitor it? Or is the bigger risk the remote chance that perhaps someone will say something so inappropriate that you're going to end up before a court of law? I would normally, in my own legal risk analysis that I would engage in that situation, say, go down, you know, the former path would be the bigger risk, you know, turning off all of your online presence for a period of months. But again, that is something that each individual and each organisation would have to consider for themselves.
So I think there were more questions. There was one over there and one over there. But Peter will be here, so if you can talk on a one-to-one basis, that'd be great, because we have a lot of exciting stuff to do. But I think it's safe to say he's the coolest law lecturer I've ever met.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And Peter made the effort to come all the way from Brisbane, and he knows that on the way back there'll be a lot of traffic. So another round of applause, please. Now, our next speaker, his name is Rob Thompson. On Rob's LinkedIn, it says his mission is to make a positive impact on people by helping them reach their dreams and strive for success. Now, from his actions, you can tell that Rob is a man of his word. He started this thing called the Gold Coast Business Network. From its humble, that's Rob, by the way. From its humble beginnings in 2010, the Gold Coast Business Network is now a huge organization of like-minded people that meet on a regular basis to share strategies, tools, and just insights, and maybe even a very valuable network on how to achieve what they want to achieve. And today, Rob has been kind enough to share with us some of that insight and sort of his expertise on growing and stimulating a thriving community. Now, you might remember back to our first speaker, Dan Norris. Everybody remember him? Yeah? Okay. He had a cool beard. But anyway, so Dan Norris was talking about community and how you should feed it and keep it stimulated and be really generous. It's interesting because that was very much an online community on Facebook and such. But now where Rob's expertise is, and hopefully we'll gain some insight, is a physical community. So for instance, the one standing in front of me today. So I urge you to ask questions, be engaged, and ladies and gentlemen, friends, can you please help me welcome Rob Thompson.
Guys, just 2 seconds. I'm just going to plug this in so I can move around a bit and talk to you guys. Yep, we're all good. Okay. Who's having fun today? Okay, who's learned a bit of stuff? You know, stuff you can implement straight. That's awesome about coming to these things, and it's great that it's freely available for you, isn't it? So yeah, I just wanted to start off with, you know, a big round of applause for Sonia, Des, Joe, Nav, Jennifer, and the What's So team. They've done a fabulous job today, haven't they? So thanks, guys, for inviting me along. So meetup.com, okay? We're going to be talking about that. That's in the way, isn't it? So I might just move this over here. Okay. We good? Cool. Just while it's turning back on, I'll just tell you a brief bit about me so you're not wondering why this guy who supremely looks like a business person, doesn't he? Not a muso in any way, is speaking to you about business and meetup stuff. you know, I wasn't always good at marketing and things like that. Back in the 90s, I wanted to be a guitarist, and I wanted to be on Guitar Player magazine, and kind of didn't turn up to school much. I just used to play guitar in the band and write songs. And who's got a passion in their life like that? Okay, some hobby that they love to do, and they love to do that 24/7. That was kind of for me in the 90s. There's me in the business world, by the way, with the Gold Coast Business Club. Back then we didn't know how to market ourselves, okay? So we used to think when we just turn up and play, we wouldn't even tell our friends we were going to play gigs around Brisbane. And we'd think, you know, one day someone would just show up and tell us, okay, you can have a jumbo jet with your band name on the side of it, like Led Zeppelin did, you know? But that didn't happen quickly, you know. Downhill with our music, and life got in the way and stuff like that. But now I'm happy to say I'm back into music. And one thing that's afforded me to be able to get back into is setting up stuff and systems online. Who would love to have systems online 24/7, you know, that's earning them income and that sort of thing? So I want to share with you today what we do on meetup.com. Who's a member of meetup.com, by the way? Okay, a few people, yeah, so quite a few in the room, isn't it? And there's all sorts of groups on meetup.com, just not business groups, okay? So I just saw some stats recently. On meetup.com, it's in 182 countries now. There's 22.12 million members, 205,554 groups on meetup.com, 3.75 million monthly RSVPs. 1,165 events on today, Saturday, okay? So right now there's over 3,000 events running across the world on meetup.com. So don't you think it's a bit time you got onto it, the people who didn't put up their hands, you know, if you really want to propel your business or meet new friends. So as I said, it's not just business. There's kayaking clubs, there's hiking clubs, of things. So any passion you might have, there's probably a meetup created, but if there isn't one locally, what could you do? Create your own. Yeah. Okay, so it's not that expensive to start. Only it starts at about $10 a month to create your own group. Okay, or if you prefer, you can just become a member. And as the title of today's speak was Meetup and Mastermind. You know, what I think a lot of people forget is they go to meetup groups, or they set up meetup groups for the idea to sell. Isn't that the wrong thing to do in any social media? Isn't it? It's about creating relationships, lasting friendships, okay? And, you know, I always say, you know, there's only peers in your industry, not competition out there, right? Okay, so with our meetup group, we encourage businesses that are similar to mine to join. You know, because I might just learn something off them. You know, we're always learning, aren't we? And if we close ourselves to learning, you know, we're news. Okay, so get on meetup.com. And my company in a day is very much about hands-on training. So in our website in a day, we teach people their fingers to the keys to build a website in one day. You know, rather than, you know, you go to a lot of full-day things and your head's full of stuff, but the world gets in the way, doesn't it? I'm all about hands-on training. So because there's such a large group of you and with limited time, I want to give you a little bit of training, but we can't have it too hands-on today. But is it okay if I show you guys how to set up a successful meetup group, just step by step? You guys all cool with that today? Okay, so this is one of my meetup groups. It's called the Gold Coast Business Club, okay? And here you can see welcome, schedule a meetup now. See, I'm logged in over there. I've got a meetup group. Cost me as little as $10 a month to run. Now, we're not for those who can't see this properly, we've got at the moment in our meetup club on the Gold Coast Business Club, we've got 1,654 members. Who's a member in the room? Okay, we've got a few members of the Gold Coast Business Club here. It's great to see some familiar faces. And we're not by any means the largest group in the world. There's as far as business clubs, I looked recently, in Singapore and London, there's groups with 8,000 plus members. But as far as I could find, and correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone can find a bigger group, but I couldn't find a group that has more attendance than us. So even though we've got 1,600 members, There's other groups with 8,000 members. They average about 90 people per meetup group. Our networking in style event averages between 100 to 300 people per event. Okay, our largest one was 313 RSVPs. Okay, and that's a monthly event we put on. Okay, so you can when you create a group, you can do all sorts with it. There's so much when you get down into meetup, which I've noticed a lot of people who start a meetup group, they don't stick with it. Who's read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, by the way? One word I learnt off him, I think Napoleon Hill, is stick-withedness. You know, that's really important with anything, social media, offline or online, you know. So what we can have a look at here is, these are some of our past meetup groups. And the cool thing about Meetup, why I think it's like social media on steroids, is when you join Meetup, it's social media, it's like a search engine now. So you know how like YouTube is a search engine now, okay? It's the second largest search engine in the world, owned by the largest search engine, which is Google. Meetup's becoming a huge search engine now because, as I said, by the stats, there's so many members online, and it's a great way to number one, create authority for yourself. It's always really cool when I walk around Surface and people yell out the car window, "I'll see you next week," and stuff like that, you know. So people get to know you as an organizer. So it's good for creating your authority in your niche. But even more so, as we said, we've got to keep in mind when we put these events on, what's in it for them, okay? You remember that saying, old saying, what's everyone's radio station? WIIFM, what's in it for me, okay? So if you keep that in mind, you will start to run a successful meetup group. Okay, so with our networking in styles, you can see, you know, some of these 157 members, 167 members, all RSVP'd. Remember that you might have at least, you know, maybe a 25% no-show rate. So if you do want to fill a room, overbook it. And it wasn't always this way for me. A lot of people say, "Oh, you know, you're a natural at putting up this meetup or whatever." Isn't that funny that, you know, people close to you who actually, they forget the struggle you went through? So we've been running this for 4 years. I remember 4 years ago, I'd show up, there'd be 4 RSVPs, and only I would show up, and I'd hang around, see if anyone else, the 4 RSVPs didn't show up. But I kept going with it, okay? And kept trying to build it and work out what works. So I want to show you a few things that did work. And as you can see they give you a star rating too. So when people attend a meetup group, they get an email afterwards saying, "How'd you like it? Rate the meetup group." So you get a chance to write a little spiel about what you liked and what you didn't like, or if that's the case. And you can average a star rating. So I'm really stoked that most of our groups have rated, you know, there's always the one person who will never give anything 5 stars. You know, who's one of those people? I know there's people out there who won't give anything 5 stars. So to average around, we average around 5.5 to 5.7 star ratings for our events. So I'm happy that people are getting the most out of our events. Now, you also get these group reviews. These are some recent ones. This was my very first event with Gold Coast Business Club and enjoyed it very much. Quality people and well organised and slick in presentation. This is one club worth being a member. Isn't that's creating authority for the group, isn't it, this stuff? So it's very interactive. So it's a great form of social media. But as I said, the reason why it's social media gone one step further is you become a member or you start a group, you pledge to attend real life meetups. Okay, so the way it started was in, I heard this story that when the Twin Towers disaster, 2 people from New York got together and they said, the world's kind of lost its way with a lot of this, how social media was heading, hadn't it? You know, people weren't interacting, they were staying at home. So they decided to form Meetup. So, and it's been a super success for them. You know, these guys earn a lot of money a month by starting a business like this, don't they? From all the members that are paying monthly. Now, once you've signed up to create your meetup group, you're going to schedule a meetup. So I'm just going to take you through. It's pretty easy. Okay, so here you can expand all your sections. So there's quite a few sections. The basics, what should we do? So in that tagline, you want to make it something enticing. I found one that's worked a star for me is just having a title for my event that evokes maybe a bit more of a feeling in some people. So for me, networking in style has worked well, okay? Because there's a lot of meetup groups that are like, you know, I won't name any actually because I don't want to bag any out there, but that don't have that glitz element to their name of what they're having. So I found that's really worked well, and I think it's a big major cause of why we get a good attendance. Another reason why we have about often 50% new people in the audience, because it's always great to have a new audience, isn't it, at your events, is using Facebook marketing with Meetup, okay? So, but that's something for another day. We could go how we do our Facebook marketing, because it's down to a science these days. So the basics, what we should do, give it a title, right? Select a date and a time down here. Okay. Then if we go further down the page, these are some recent places I've used. So the Arts Centre, Gold Coast, Mantra Legends Hotel. Okay. Another thing in mind, if you want your meetup group to be big, okay, is to treat it like a business. If you want a business to be big, what do you do from the start? Anyone know? Think big. Who is that? Okay. That's for you. Very handsome. Okay, so you want to think big. Okay, so one part of thinking big is organising venues that might grow with you. Okay? Because we used to do a few restaurants. Who was there at the restaurant days for us? We kind of couldn't grow past about 20 members attending. Okay, but when we went larger halls and we did it, you know, don't expect there to be big expenses too, because there's ways with masterminding with event places and caterers and things like that you can get a synergistic deal with them, so you don't have to spend thousands on running your groups. Okay. So choose a location that's got a lot of parking too. That's something really important if you want to really build it. Okay, so how to find us, that's really important when it's big venues. Okay, you'll put in there, describe the way to get to the event. Okay, and then the details down here. So you can add videos, photos, make it as interactive as possible. Okay, if you've got a presenter coming up, maybe do a quick video on your iPhone or whatever, on your smartphone, and upload it to YouTube, and then maybe embed it onto this page. Okay. Now, who's hosting the meetup group? That'll be standard to you if it's just you, but you can have a few organisers if you want for meetup groups. And some of the really successful social clubs have many organisers, so they have meetups constantly. You'll see a few on the Gold Coast that do well that way. You can repeat the meetup group. Are you charging for the meetup group? So meetup synchronises with PayPal, so you can, before they can RSVP, you can ask for payment, or you can say cash at the door, or you can make it free. Now, a little way I built my meetup group up to be more successful was I reversed it. You know how a lot of meetup groups are charging to go to something? I found showcase sponsors for my group. Okay, so my showcase sponsors pay for a table, they get a lot of media exposure, they say they get heaps of value. We've had Brad, who's given away the photography prize today, he's a master networker as well. He said he's been with us as a showcase sponsor for 3 years because he sees value. He says sometimes a year down the track people will remember the guy they met at our events. Okay, who gives away the great prizes and does the great photography and that sort of thing. So you know, it can be real value for them. So some of our showcase sponsors have been with us for 2 to 3 years now. Okay, you've got reminder settings, so automatic emails going out to remind people, but I also like to send personalised emails as well. And you can also ask the questions when the members RSVP as well. Now, who's heard the saying, what's the money in? Who knows? Someone else who hasn't answered before? Des? Money's in the list. It's for you, Des. Okay, the money's in the list. I think Des has already got one, haven't you, Des? Because Des comes to a lot of our events, don't you, Des? Yeah, and it's great to be at yours. It's a fantastic event you've run, Des. Okay, so the money's in the list. Now, if you're on any form of social media, not just Meetup, you can't rely on having that as your list, can you? You know, because one day someone might badmouth you or something might happen, just like, you know, who's heard about the eBay power sellers? they don't really have a business if they get banned from eBay, do they? Okay, and there's been a lot of politics with eBay and people losing. So what do they need? They need a website, don't they, where they can gather their own list. Okay, so with Meetup, you can ask questions when they RSVP. And what you have to do is download that list of answers to that questions before the Meetup group starts. Okay, because if you wait till afterwards, you won't be able to download it. So a little trick I do is I say to save time on RSVP, so I make it what's in it for them, they don't have to wait at the door, please answer these 2 questions. What's your phone number and what's your email address? Okay? So when they answer those questions, and most people do, okay, and what they'll do, once they've answered those questions, about an hour before the event, or sometimes a couple of hours if I know I'm going to get busy and I don't want to forget before starts, I can download it as CSV file, right? And then I can upload it to my autoresponder service. Okay, so I've got my own list. Okay, so that's really important, is building a list. That's why Borders out of business, they say. 100 years or something they were in business. They never built a list. You know, back 100 years ago or 80 years ago, they could have started asking for people's, I don't know what, telegraph numbers or whatever they had there, the codes back then, you know, PO boxes. Modern day, they never asked for email addresses when people went in and bought. And what came along? Amazon. They know everything about you, don't they? And that's, you know, that's, the list is the most important thing. Okay? Okay, so those questions, just ask them their phone number and their email address. Okay? Now, so if we go back here, you can just hit the button, schedule a meetup now, and then this window pops up saying, do you want to announce this meetup to all your members? And I say yes, okay? And then people start to RSVP, okay? So then we get a chance afterwards. You know, you don't want to email them too much, but if they're into what you're into, okay, you do get a few people fall off. So if you've got a meetup group and you're gonna like cry every time someone leaves your group and take offense to that, don't even worry about it. You know, you want to attract the right people. The right people have stayed on my meetup group. Occasionally people leave because they say they might get a few too many emails about it, but they're not interested in what we're putting on anyway. If they're not interested in coming along to an event where there's free finger food, some in the future we might even be looking at putting on bar tabs, things like that, where they can meet other like-minded business owners, entrepreneurs and startups, then okay? You know, you could put on events, ask for guest speakers. Don't be worried, oh, I have to speak every time. There's plenty of peers in your industry that can speak on stage, aren't they? And remember, there's no competition. If you invite someone, like, just say I invited Brett, who spoke before, wasn't he fabulous, by the way, you know, with the copywriting. Don't I look like a bit more of an authority if I've got Brett speaking at one of my events? Okay, so think about that for yourself. Who's an authority in your niche, okay, that you would like to invite? And don't worry about possibly ask them. They're way ahead of what I'm doing in business, because how did they get famous? By agreeing to speak on stage. That's their bread and butter, by being agreed to be interviewed, okay? So the worst they're going to say is no thank you, isn't it? Okay, but they might just say yes, please. Okay, so email your members. Okay, now there's a lot of settings. I don't have time to go through them all, but just watch some of the settings you have on Meetup. We've got 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, so watch the settings that you've got on Meetup when you email members, because sometimes it can allow, if you haven't set up your settings, it can allow people to write back to you, but they're actually writing back to 1,654 people when they reply on it. Okay, so you don't want that happening, because then people feel it. So check your settings correctly. Okay. Now that's just like a full order. You know, you can send out mass emails to people as well that way. So that's really important to do. Don't be afraid to remind people, is the meetup group, it's happening, you know? Make sure you come along, okay? Because sometimes there's a proven rule. Sometimes you need 10 touch points to get someone to come along even to a free event. Sometimes it's harder to get people to come to a free event than it is a paid event, depending on the niche, okay? Because people question, well, what's in it, you know, what's it going to cost me if it's free, you know? Okay, so You need those touch points. You need to create heaps of value for them. So that's why we've started inviting, and always reinvent yourself with Meetup, okay? Don't be afraid to change what you're doing and reassess what you're doing, because, you know, at a time we hit, as I said, one stage end of last year, 313 RSVPs to an event. Now that was a bit of a crazy event because 280 people showed up. Then it went down to about 150, and I thought, I was having a chat to a guy, he's a member of our Meetup group, and he's a really successful businessman, and he reminded me, Rob, remember, it might be time to reinvent what you're doing, okay? So we've looked at doing that this year. Okay, so thanks for that, guys. So does everyone feel like they could maybe start their own group with a niche? Yeah? Hopefully I've inspired at least one of you guys to do that. So down to questions.
Yeah. First, can we just have a round of applause, please? So yeah, if you just ask a question, I'll repeat it, and then over away to Rob. Over there? Like, yeah. Somebody must have been stretching, that's okay? Over there? Yeah.
Yep. Definitely you can do that, yeah.
What was the question?
So the question was, when I asked for their email or their phone number, it might be a good idea to mention to them that they are being added to a database, and that's a great point, sir. You can definitely put that in the question, okay? Definitely, and also at the event, you know, we always welcome people at our event at the door, okay? So I made sure I studied a lot of networkers and what they did. I went to a lot of their great groups, like there's some people like I remember going to one ladies group who's really popular across Queensland, and she actually welcomes everyone at the door. I expected her being the star of the show, but in fact it was the complete opposite. She was a really humble person who welcomed everyone, made sure she was at the door when everyone left and that sort of thing. She didn't get drunk and steal the stage or anything like that. So it was really good to see and learn what they do. So you could definitely, on the way in the door, just even if you're worried about that, just get them to put a signature next to their name that they agree to receive communication as well. But, generally, if they've given you their email address, they agree to be communicated to by you. So you've got proof online anyway. Okay?
Fantastic. Is there another question? There is a question.
Rob, what would you do differently if you could start all that again to fast track it?
To fast track it, okay, instead of having little coffee shop meetings during the day, as I said, setting it up like it's going to be a huge start, setting up straight away, getting people on board for synergy, so people who might their products or their services, because they're often really keen to put in some coin that helps you run the events, okay? And eventually you could make a profit out of your meetup group as well, you know? So there's strategies like that, just always thinking big, okay? And also using a few of the strategies I've only incorporated a bit more recently, like collecting the list, thinking about who I can invite, always thinking about what do they need rather than what do I want to give them. Okay.
Fantastic. If there are no more questions, please, friends, give me a
Thanks, guys.
So I hope we all took away some value from that. Anybody took away some value? Fantastic. Very clear and quite in-depth about how to do it, actually. One key note I took away from that was about how Rob was talking about how all these hosts and big successful business people are still humble, which is very interesting that all the speakers today and even the people who put it on today, it's all for free, really, or even at a cost because of food and stuff. So I think that's actually a point I'd like to highlight. And in fact, people even like Peter Black have come all the way from Brisbane. Speaking of Brisbane, our next speaker, his name is Yuval Herzog, also from Brisbane. Now, Yuval was one of those kids who could code from before the age of 10. And yes, one of those people. And currently, not only is he a software and technical expert, but he's also had extensive experience in business strategy and such with multinational corporations and such. And currently, he's part of sort of a mastermind of software engineers and business strategists called Nubis, which is based in Brisbane. You can Google them, and many of the members are here today. And from our interactions, they're actually quite friendly. Now, today, Yuval will be talking about things such as augmented reality and how the digital dimension and physical dimension interact and are with each other. Before I introduce Yuval and let him take the stage, one really interesting thing that he said in an interview once was that with technology, how it's improving our way of life, humbly, it is moving mankind forward. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Yuval. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it this one. Can you hear me? You sure? Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for this. I was Googling social interaction on Google for the year 2015, and that's what I came up with. The same search for the years 1915 came up with this picture. Now, I think the differences between the two photos shows and tells a lot about the differences in ages, about how different people came along and the culture and everything. But one thing that strikes me the most interesting about this is that both those group of people are pretty much the same age. I find it interesting. Excuse me?
Because they look older in the bottom.
Oh yeah, absolutely, a lot older. My name is Yuval Herzog. I'm one of the co-founders of Nubis Technologies. It's a progressive local technology startup from the Gold Coast. And I'll be talking here about how social interactions are going to change with the progress of technology. Now, there's a lot of hype these days around the immersive technologies, indicating there's a big revolution coming up. For example, Oculus Rift just announced that they're going to be releasing 150 game titles with their augmented reality or virtual reality headset. A company called Think just released their mood-changing headset that allows them to control and change physical moods in the brain. 3 weeks ago, Microsoft stole the show at the E3 conference in San Francisco when they presented their hyper-realistic augmented reality glasses. It was pretty cool to see. And about, I think, a few days ago, Ben Sand from was lecturing here, or around here, so anyone that saw his presentation about meta space glasses could definitely see the paradigm shift that's going to happen in how we consume technology. So now that we know what immersive technology is and what space is it, who here thinks that this doesn't apply to them or their business? Smart. So where does this fit? Well, the introduction of the internet allowed us to consume data anytime we wanted, assuming that we could log in and get to the web. With the Web 2.0 and mobile telecommunication that drove it and with social networking, we were able to share information between ourselves and contribute to content anywhere we wanted. Now, taking this step forward, the next step will allow us to interact with information all the time, but also experience it with a lot more senses that we used to. So the whole concept of consuming information is being redefined at the moment, where we are no longer passive consumer, but a lot more active contributors to the content that we actually interact with. And immersive technologies is just another step to
remove the divide or to minimize the divide between us and data. An example for that would be if you look at the marketing techniques that we utilized in the past and how they changed, you'll see how media companies usually advertise and brand their messages by flooding consumers, ourselves, with force-feeding mechanisms and brainwashing techniques with the sole purpose to get their brand on top of our mind. And consumers didn't have much say in that. They were just passive to the fact that they'd just been bombarded with information. Now, this worked very effectively for the past 70 years, but as you all know, this is rapidly changing, and those marketing techniques that didn't evolve will soon die out. The way we engage information is changing, but it is not because social media. It is not because immersive technologies. And I'll explain why. Immersive technology, by definition, is actually not a new concept. For those of you that remember, in the mid-90s, there was an attempt for a hype around virtual reality in the arcade games, which failed miserably. It was pathetic. Augmented reality was first introduced in the late 70s, where it just didn't pick up, and the only remnants of that technology was left at the cockpit of fighter pilots, using this to enhance their combat abilities. Picture phone or video calls, a technology that actually was introduced first in 1927. And even though that AT&T pushed $500 million into market it at the mid-60s, it still didn't fly. They got 4 customers after a decade. So that was a colossal loss. So many people here might think, okay, this probably failed because the technology wasn't mature enough, or it wasn't user-friendly enough, or it was simply not the time. But what we're going to do, what I want to try to do now is a different perspective on this, and maybe it's going to open some sort of way of thinking by looking at the grand picture, to take a very big step backwards and looking at the whole thing from a very far. If you look at the progression of technology throughout the ages, I'm talking about all the ages from the beginning of mankind, and inspecting, for example, marketing techniques, as much as it's relevant, as an indicator of how do people consume this technology and how this technology is being used, we might find an indication for a mega trend that drives the development of all technology in a sort of a giant wave. So from the beginning of prehistoric Stone Age through the Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Dark Ages, the main purpose for technology was to survive. People try to migrate, hunt, gather, and conquer. I would say that the only marketing tools back at the time was a club, which could be quite convincing. But then it was Gutenberg at the mid-15th century that invented the first printing machine and started printing 230 copies of the Bible in a day. Now that's put human race out of the Dark Ages and slightly into what's called the Age of Enlightenment, and allowed to fuel the widest and fastest migration of human race worldwide. Now, again, in terms of marketing tools, I guess you can call Bible a marketing tool, but in a sense, it was an indication of what that technology was used. Further after that, the Industrial Revolution hit with the mass production that fueled the entire national economy. After that, the second wave of the revolution was the invention of steam rails and radio, where the initial stages of marketing came out with the telegraph advertisement and billboards. The third wave introduced electricity and allowed municipalities to control and to allow bringing energy and to maintain their communities in an independent way. Where the phase after that was in the nuclear age was called also introduced the mass consumption to the household, where people were bombarded by TV advertising for the first time and telemarketers. Now, the last age, which is where we are supposedly today, is the information age. where knowledge is accessible to pretty much everyone privileged on the planet, and allows to access the accumulated knowledge of human race by a click of a button. Now, the marketing techniques in this area is very much tailored to individuals, specific individuals, not households necessarily, no countries, but specifically individuals, by specifically tailoring profiles of people. Now, the marketers using techniques like SEO and viral marketing and all the stuff that we all know to get to that individual consumer. Now, if you look closely about the impact of each one of those technology on the range of groups that were impacted by that, you might see a specific trend. At first, you will have the drive of a migration of an empire, then a national economy that was sustained by that, followed by communication connecting states together, then communities enabled economy within them, household being catered for their needs with their product, and eventually individual that met their need through the marketing campaign. Now, if you look at the marketing techniques, how they changed through the time, you find a similar trend. You'll find initially you have marketing techniques that were whole nation, all the way to marketing techniques that specifically target an individual. Now, what's coming next after that? There's a lot of speculation about what's the sixth wave is going to be, age of technology, and how it's going to look. And some people say this is going to be the age of scarcity because there's not going to be any resources, or the green tech age because we're destroying the planet, or a new economy, cyber health and bioinformation is going to drive our biology together. And some even are so bold to say that this might be the time that the human race is ready for a whole change, and it's going to be the singularity event in which technology is no longer being evolved by us, but technology is evolving itself. Now, I'm not saying which one is which, but if I look at the trends that I looked earlier and the impact they said, I would say that whatever next in line in terms of technology is, it's willing to cater for something more intimate than the individual. For example, a person's intention, a person's belief system. And there are a lot of indications to show that age has already started, and we already have technologies that are catering for that specific need. Now, there's a name for this. Robert Scoble and Shelley Israel wrote a book and called it the Age of Context and coined that phrase. Now, the age of context is defined like this. If you took the information age already, okay, and then the information age allows us to access information anywhere and allow us to use this information in order to make the best decision based on what we see fit. The age of context allows us actually to directly engage with information in a way that gives us the relevant context of where we're coming from and why is it relevant to us at this specific time, mood, place, and so forth. Now, if you look at the top trends that currently exist today in the market, in 2015, you'll notice that those are divided very clearly between which one belongs to the old age of information and which one belongs to the new age of context. For example, Internet of Things, where everything is connected to the internet, from your car to your refrigerator, is the technology of accessing data and providing monitoring to data. So it's belonging to the old age of information, where things like takes huge amount of information, process it, and gives you some conclusions as to what it can be used for. If you take, for example, Facebook, and you think of such, is that contextual technology or not? Then the answer to that is that Facebook, although it shows you the list of your friends and what's around you, it is not a contextual technology. It's not an age of context one, because it's just a filtering mechanism, pretty much a very simple one. It would be contextual if you could go to Facebook and it will filter automatically all the posts that you're not interested about, you don't care about, you don't want to hear about. That would be contextual because it knew what it liked, it would learn. Same as it would find a new potential date for you and alert you that there's someone in your social circle might be fit for you. Now, the same thing applies for marketing. Marketing will have to change because of the new age of context. Because whatever marketing is going to be there, it will have to apply to the time and place that you are at, and also what kind of mood and what kind of state of mind. If you look at all the information that is collected in the context of who you are and where you are, what your mood, what's your heart rate, what's your purchasing history, all this abundance of is useless unless you do something smart with it. This technology is giving you some value from it. For example, it would be excellent if something would tell me just to go past the 7-Eleven and buy a banana because I'm going into a 3-hour meeting and I usually get very tired and hungry during it. So that would be a nice thing that technology can learn about me and give me this information, give me an indication. Now, contextual technology is not necessarily immersive technology. Immersive technology such as smartwatches and smart glasses, man, I'm not going to be able to make it in 5 minutes. It can also apply to other fields that are not necessarily hardware. Thank you. I just got my 5 more minutes. For example, if you take a look at the evolution of telecommunication, which is an indication of how humans communicate, you looked at we've grown from moving parcel in a physical way, physical form, through the invention of telephony, to email and internet and mobile telecommunication and instant messaging, social networks, social media, all the way to what we have today. See that this all following a specific trend. Each one of those steps is slightly more personified to me. I can actually make it more tailored to my need and to the ultimate goal that I can convey the pure meaning of what I meant to say by doing less. So as technology evolved, I do less steps to actually convey more ideas. Now this is exactly the main core focus and expertise of Nubis and what we do and what we research. Because we're developing few technologies for the next evolutionary step of social interaction or social media. Our base assumption is that the ultimate human interaction, or the tool for human interaction, to convey thoughts, intention, imagination, would be ability to pass psychic thoughts, if that would be possible, just to telepathically communicate. From that, we walked backward about what's the closest thing to that, and we developed Comics Chat. Now, the Comics Chat is a tool that takes current messaging technology and catapult it into the immersive future by conveying messages, emotions, and ideas through a visual storytelling. We used a lot of elements from cinematography and artificial intelligence to create that experience, but the idea is the user communicate vicariously through an avatar system with other people with an avatar system in an experience that looks like a game, but is very simple to use. It's like text chatting that looks like a game. And we found that this actually increases the level of empathy that people communicate with each other. Now, increasing the level of empathy gets people ability to convey a lot more. Now, conveying a lot more is exactly what marketing wants to do. If they can find tools that will be able to empathize more on what you're doing, they'll be able to convince you to doing more stuff. So we found a lot of opportunities while developing this that apply in a very way like product placement applies to the world of TV and movies and gaming. Now, not many people know that, but advertising in games today is already more profitable than advertising in any other mediums. It's 22% more noticeable than advertising on TV and twice as much as effective. And it's the trend that's just growing now because it is immersive. It allows more immersive than advertising on templates or billboards. Now, how is this going to affect social interaction? How this immersive technology going to affect that? Now, that's what we're here to answer. pretty much like any other tool, it really depends how people use it. There's no right or wrong answer. And it's solely dependent on how people use it and what is allowed or not allowed to do that. Few things are definitely sure. Immersive technologies will add to the user sensory perception. They will be able to feel more through information. They will interact with information more than just reading. To hear, even smell, and even understand concepts that they couldn't from before. That will give them better ways to get more information with less interaction. Another thing is that it's going to expand the mental capabilities to perceive more of the virtual world. Very much like today, social networking allow people, and it's already found in studies, to interact better with other peers because they understand social concepts that were hard for people from older ages to interact with. So this is the same effect. What about the negative elements? Would it cause more introversion? Would it cause more cyberbullying? Would it cause more violence? Well, all these were found already in studies to still exist, and it will exist in the future, but still a lot less than in the real world. In any way you look at it, any technology which introduced that was threatening one of these was proven to be actually more effective in solving it because it allows for more tools to deal with it. Now, how will the world of marketing will change because of this? Now, as we notice, as technology moves forward from targeting entire empires to targeting personal circumstances, and as media changes from being very passive-based to very interactive based, and as communication, interaction is growing between being very detached to very expressive communication, so will the marketing world will advance and will follow the trend and will make immersive technology the next medium of marketing, of information, of everything. Very much similarly to how internet changed the main medium of our lives and how mobile telecommunication changed afterwards. So the main question that you guys need to ask yourself is how ready is your business for the immersive age of context? Who said it? Thank you very much, guys. I'll try to rush it.
Just take questions. Is that okay?
If you must.
Does anybody have a question? I know that was a very engaging and very mentally stimulating speech. The question was, how fast do you think we'll move into this age of immersive technology?
Well, think of this way. Meetup, that was presented just a few minutes earlier, is a blurred of a line between what's we are already in the immersive world of technology. We already have Fitbit and other wearable technology that we wear that measure our heartbeat and take some action about it. And most of the new marketing engines in the world are secretly operating in a contextual world. Now, both Facebook and Google are taking a lot of decisions based on your profile that they don't want you to know, but their technology is very advanced in that area. So it's still not out there in the front, but it's definitely in reality, in our reality. Anything else? Any other question?
I think there's another question over there, Yuval.
So the question was whether yes. So the question was whether a platform like Steam, for example, or a social platform, for example, in the future that's relevant to this. Now, Steam specifically is a very similar platform to Facebook or any other social network in that sense, but Steam also opens opportunities for communications, which is not just the forum that they have outside of the game, but also a lot of the communication that happens during the game. Steam also have a very, very rich advertisement engine that allow advertisement inside of games altogether, like they're sitting in the background, brand names and brochures and billboards, which is even more advanced and less known. So absolutely, as Steam and gaming platforms develop, my personal belief is they're going to be about 5 to 10 times more effective than old age marketing techniques. Same applies to technologies like Netflix, which is extremely immersive and interactive because the user can control all the time what he watches, when and where.
Any more questions? Over there, please speak up.
What effect will 3D printing have for us as a society? Because if you can print anything, then we all have an economy of cheese. We should have an economy of abundance.
I absolutely agree with you. I believe in 3D printing and replicator technologies and whatever we can do to move more power to more individuals as opposed to companies, corporates, and so forth. There's a whole legal debate around that. There's a whole world of complexities, but I certainly hope that, as optimistic as you, that this is going to be one of the driving forces of the next economy. How far are we with 3D printing? Printing meat. They're already printing titanium. They're printing pretty complex stuff today, and they started also printing moving object with chemistry inside, with liquids and gases, sort of. So the academic world is very advanced on 3D printing, and the commercial world is not far from. Already today, you can buy 3D printers for domestic uses, which are pretty advanced. You can assemble your own IKEA assembly from 3D printing artifacts.
These are some great questions. Do we have any more? All right, I have a quick question actually. So Yuval, obviously you're a leader at this frontier. Industry-wise, which industries do you think will be disrupted by immersive technology first, and which ones last, and why?
Okay, that's a tough question. There's a lot of chicken and egg element. I think it's the same question that would apply to the introduction of the internet, or introduction of, again, mobile, because those were pretty big platform. And I believe obviously it will go where the money is. And the money is with big corporates, unfortunately, and then it's with smaller ones, then some academic institute, and eventually last going to be consumer technologies. So I think the same will follow with immersive technology as well.
And one question, in line with how ready we are for the new age, if there was like one thing with this evening to at least open our minds or be more informed about the immersive age or take an action, what would you suggest?
One word, think. Just think about it. Just have it in the back of your mind and understand that right now we're at the precipice of a new age, exactly like we were before mobile technology took over, before internet came in. And knowing this, that this is coming, I hope this is going to change something in your far future plans. Right. And Des and everyone else, thank you very much for organizing this. It was brilliant. One round of applause for them.
Don't worry about it, I'll hold it. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. So that was a pretty mind-blowing session. Can we have another round of applause, please? It's pretty, wow, edge of the frontier there. Just some quick stuff. The social media challenge, there's one more. And, there are quite a few more, but one for now. This one is for a social media strategy session. So I say it again, you can win a free social media strategy session, which I mean, after today would be pretty great. So should you be interested in this, all you have to do is go on Twitter, and it's in conjunction with Bluebee Social. You might have seen them on the earlier part of the expo. They're still there. They have a stall there, and they're quite blue in color. So all you have to do is tweet at BlueBeeSocial. That's spelled like it sounds. Again, that's at BlueBeeSocial. Hashtag SMDayGC. Yes. At BlueBeeSocial. Hashtag SMDayGC. And again, that's for a strategy session for your business's social media, and that'll be free of charge. So that'll be pretty fantastic. Just a few quick things. That was the last speaker, but we do have some more things in store. One of these things is a largest scale social media challenge. And that'll run in just a bit. It'll start in about 10 minutes. What you'll have to do is, around this building, in a very Amazing Race sort of way, are scattered clues that look just like this one. And they can be both downstairs and upstairs, and they have instructions on how you can win one of these great prizes. Be it a consultancy session, be it professional photos, be it something that will help you make forward movement in your business. But that's for later. Also, there'll be small chits given out, so white pieces of paper so you can check off the challenge if you've done, and the prizes are going to be pretty fantastic for our sponsors. But before that, we do have something very exciting happening right now, and it's happening outside. Come on, can you tell us about it? Can you tell us about it? Oh, you can see this. Just before we hand over to this fine gentleman, I'd like to say it's been an absolute pleasure emceeing you today. This is probably the last time you hear from me today, and has everybody gotten something of value from today? Thank you very much, and thank you for Media Junkies for the opportunity. So yes, thank you for being brilliant, thank you for being you, and now I hope you're ready for a night of fun. Here is Neil. Thank you.
Hello everybody. So we got some surprise entertainment for you tonight. I'm the comedian. No, I'm not joking, I'm joking really. I'm terrible at comedy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you outside and give you a show with a friend of mine. My company is called Energy Entertainment, so we like high energy entertainment around the world. I recently just went to Hawaii and made a documentary on fire knife dancers, where their Samoan warriors dance with fire and knives. And yes, there was a lot of burns, there was a lot of cuts, and it's very extreme, but a fascinating story from all of them. The documentary will be out in October. It's called Heart of Fire. So my plan, I've been a fire performer for like 13 years now. I just get bored of doing the same thing over and over again, so I'm trying to get to the soul of fire dancing and where it all comes from. We've set up outside in a small space that's dark and eerie, and I want everybody to get really close, and I promise you you'll be really safe, okay? If you'd like to follow me outside, then let's have the night's entertainment. But before I go, can we just have a big round of applause for all the speakers, Media Junkies, for organising all of this. Guys, if you ever need any social media help, you obviously all know that Joe and Sonia are awesome. They've helped me so much in the last 3 years for my company and really give me the drive to carry on. So not only social media, but personal coaching. They're awesome, really. Guys, thank you. See you outside.
All right, guys, so we can just make our way there. Thank you for such a fantastic night. I hope to see you soon for emceeing or anything. Woo!
Done before, we are trying to get out the door. So let's see how we go with putting this camera to live and seeing if we can go out the door. So off we go. And we're down the stairs, and it might happen. Past the DJ. Whoops, I'm going around. Here's me. And out the door, and we don't know whether this is actually going to work or not, but I'm going to give it a go. We're actually going to fire up some lights. Whoops, that's me. Oh, no, that's cool. They're making noise upstairs too, so it's good fun. So here's me at the station. Let's sign out and say thank you. So we're having a good night, and it's been a great day. Look forward to everyone and their comments later when they all join in. So we're going to sign this out now. Where is it? We're going. We're stopping the stream.